down. Fires from 14, and that one's good. And here are the Grizzlies now. They come into this having outplayed Phoenix the last game.
I think the boost they got when you look at their bench was really significant, very important. They were able to give the starters a nice rest, some much-needed rest, and then they were able to count on their bench not to just maintain the status quo, but to continue to produce. Great D leads to easy offense.
Here's the general. Here's Abdul Rahim, and he buries it from outside. He's got 5. And here are the Kings now. They trail by 1. This, of course, their first opportunity to play Memphis this season.
And maybe not really too eager to face them, losing the season series last time out.
That's good.
Wednesday in the NBA, the inside-outside swingman, Paul Pierce and the Boston Celtics, go up against the LA Lakers and their preeminent shooting guard. He's a two-way terror, Kobe Bryant. Celtics, Lakers, up next.
So it's Sacramento now. The Memphis Grizzlies had a bounce-back year last season.
But, Kevin, they had an easier time out east than they did against the meat grinder that is the Western Conference. Just a 22-30 mark in conference play.
So the Grizzlies 5 right now. The general, he's in at shooting guard. So it's Memphis now. Clark, it's got to be frustrating for franchises like Memphis that might make the playoffs if they played in the East, but they just can't break out of the pack in the West.
Well, no question about it, Kevin, but you've got to play where you're planted. There are plenty of people who'd like to see a different playoff system that would allow the top 16 teams in regardless of record. I'm not one of them. 8 from each conference. That's how it should be.
A moment to check in with Doris Burke. Doris?
Hey, Kevin, I had a chance to talk with head coach of the Grizzlies. The thing to be aware of, he said, is that they're facing a team stocked with excellent shot blockers. So he's hoping to be able to open things up on the inside by having some early success shooting the basketball. Let's watch.
Thank you, Doris.
It's really a mindset, Kevin. You want to get into your defensive groove and find a way to stay there for the full game.
Rogers backs him down. It's blocked. Kings leading now by 3. Here's Richmond. Can't get it to go. And the Grizzlies going the other way now. This game against Sacramento is the first time they've met this year.
And this is not a very impressive team. They handled them all right last season.
He can't complete the three-point play.
So far in this quarter, he's having a hard time getting it done.
Owen backs in. Easy shot. That's good. He's got 9. Clark, let's be honest here. I doubt either team is shooting for the playoffs.
Well, Kevin, I'm always honest. That's the only way that I roll. They might say they are, but sometimes you need a reality check. That said, we've seen amazing turnarounds in the past. It could happen with one of these guys.
And he gets the bucket. Foul is called. 1 free throw for him. And the Kings making a change here. No good, and they don't get the three-point play. The Kings struggled mightily last season, but they were still pretty good at home.
Yeah, Kevin, Arco Arena is still a tough place to win on the road, and the Kings still won 18 games there in a down year for them.
So it's Memphis now. Number 11 knocks down the trifecta. He's got 7. About Arco, the noise level when that place is going is just deafening.
Absolutely, because it's an old building and sound just kind of stays right on top of you when you're playing in there. So you're right, it's a building that can really make it tough for the road team.
4 on the shot clock. 1 on the clock. The shot is off. And the Grizzlies going the other way now. They come into this having outplayed Phoenix the last game. Here's the general. Number 5 gets the board inside. The Kings trailing. They couldn't put the pieces together, losing the last matchup with the Lakers.
You know, they just struggled to make shots. And sometimes with teams, when they're missing shots, it has a way to take other parts of their game down too.
Takes it up, and that's floated right up and in. He has 6.
I tell you what, Kevin, both teams have been on a tear. This could be a very high-scoring game.
Here we are in November. Let's see how things are shaking out in the West early in the season. Take a look at the Kings. They're down in 9th place so far, still early in the season. And, of course, there's the Grizzlies, a half game back.
With this being the 3rd game in 4 days, you know the legs are just a tad weary. They don't have the same bounce. You're not quite as fresh. So that means mentally you have to be much more attentive and disciplined.
And here now the Kings.
And you look at what they've done, or rather what they haven't done, it's hold on to the ball. They've had 4 turnovers already this quarter. Hey, come around, come around.
Here's the general. Leads him with the pass. Blocked. So it's Sacramento now. Connects from in close. He's got 8. And here are the Grizzlies now, trailing by 2. From deep. The shot no good. And it's Sacramento going the other way.
That's a nice finish in transition, partner. That's exactly how you run the break.
That was some awesome above-the-rim action from Sprite we just saw on our Sprite Slam Cam. Abdur-Rahim, he's covered by Grant. Gets the whistle, and he'll go to the line. Grizzlies made a nice little improvement last season, playing close to 500, just 2 games below 500.
And Kevin, their road record at 17-24 wasn't great, but it was about what you'd expect.
And here are the Grizzlies now. 4-point game. Here's the general. And another miss by Memphis. Clark, how do you think the Grizzlies... Grizzlies can get into the playoffs this season?
Well, we've talked about the youth of that team, so obviously the young players have to continue to get better. I think Lionel Hollins has done a nice job in bringing that team along. So it's a matter of getting better defensively and being a little more consistent in how they play the game.
So that's the 5 in the game for Sacramento. 16 wins a year ago against the West for this Kings team.
Yeah, they had the same total the prior year as well, Kevin. They were a lot worse off that year, though, but they still couldn't quite figure out the Western Conference.
Now, that's what you're supposed to do with an offensive rebound. Don't play around with it. Rise up and send it home.
Just a tear to have to deal with down there.
Yeah, he's an animal in the lane.
Here's Williamson. The shot misses. And the Grizzlies going the other way now. For the Kings in the West, they're going to have to find an answer for some of the conference's big men.
Most of the great teams have a big guy, and you've got to be able to match up with that to get some wins.
Drops it in from 12 feet. And the Kings lead by 3.
Boy, sharing the sugar, spreading the wealth, that's a good team effort.
The baseline J, it's blocked. Kings leading now by 3. Here's Gamble. Tries to drop it in, but it won't go.
That was a perfect chance to finish on the break, and he let it slip away.
Here's Peeler. No good. That would have tied it.
Hey, he can hit from that range. I think he missed that one, but the defense is going to want to tighten up on him out there.
Grizzlies improved last season, managed 40 wins. That's 16 more than the prior year.
They really came out of the gate strong, but after the strong start, kind of fizzled a bit down the stretch, and then losing Marc Gasol for a period of time hurt him too.
That did hurt him, you're right. And he's good on the second. And here are the Grizzlies now, trailing by 4. Next matchup, they'll be home against the Suns. And that's the first game in a string of 3 straight at home. And the Kings with possession. Here's Gamble. Sacramento again missing.
It's not been a day to remember, but if they get the win, I'm sure being the team player that he is, he'll be fine.
Here's Grant. Just 5 on the clock.
They're nearly in the penalty now, and I definitely think that's going to take away some of their defensive intensity.
Chance to check out the Sacramento Kings' upcoming schedule. They'll be playing the Pistons. That'll be the first of 4 played at home for them. First free throw is good.
Well, I like what I'm seeing. They're showing a little bit more determination this quarter. Getting to the line more often by being aggressive. I love that attitude. And not just sitting on the lead. They're being aggressive, continuing to attack. Getting the ball to the rack, getting the defense to overreact and commit fouls. That's good basketball.
The Kings are making a switch. And the Grizzlies making a change here. Kept alive. Abdur-Rahim tries to lay it in, but it doesn't go.
Can't D up a layup any better than that. Nice work.
Blocked. The Grizzlies trail by 4. Here's the general. The Grizzlies with another miss. Kings leading now by 4. From the stripe, the shot is off, and it's Memphis the other way. From about 16, puts too much on it.
Ill-advised shot there, no question about it.
A quick shot. Sacramento again missing.
They need to send out a search party to find his offense, Kev. It's been AWOL this... Oh! What a strong move to the bucket.
He never thought of anything other than the power slam.
You know, sometimes you see a guy just explode to the rim. That's what we got on that one.
Yeah, we sure did.
Baseline jumper, kept alive.
Normally, he sinks that shot. His mid-range game is excellent. He just misfired that time.
Boy, when you run the fast break correctly, it's a thing of beauty.
And here are the Kings now. About 5.5 minutes left in the half. Number 5. No good. And the Grizzlies going the other way now. Here's Peeler. Stuffs it in.
That's a terrific play. All he had to do was catch it and finish.
The Kings trailing. And here is Grant. Banks it home. He has 6.
Well, he's playing a well-rounded game, and he's really helped them in a number of ways.
Number 11 comes up empty from the wing.
When you settle for that kind of shot, that's a wasted possession. That is not a high percentage look.
Almost dunked down. It'll have to settle for a trip to the line. Looking at the Kings last season, they had the second lowest attendance in the league. Very surprising. A little over 13,000.
Yeah, really surprising considering they had the Rookie of the Year in Tyreek Evans, and they actually were pretty competitive at home, too.
Both teams deciding to change it up.
Nothing's working for him here. He's just really struggling to find the basket.
Rogers backs him down. On the mark from 16 feet out. He has 5.
Boy, after having a tough time in the first, he's managed to turn it around nicely this quarter.
Here's Williamson. Scooped up. Grant. That's good.
He doesn't have a lot of game with his back to the basket, but that time he found a way to get it done in there. That's a pretty good move for a guy you don't expect to score in the paint.
The D got there too late, and he'll go to the line. Here's what Memphis has lined up on their schedule. They'll be playing the Celtics. That game will conclude a 3-game homestand. That free throw, no good. And he can't hit the second. The Kings leading. Here's Gamble. Off the mark with the 3 ball.
You have to question his shot selection, Kevin. Poor shots equal bricks and misses.
From deep. The shot is off. And the Kings the other way.
Not able to find it here in the second. He's off stride and off track just a bit after that one he had earlier.
That's good. 11 points in the game.
He's just so gifted offensively. He's a tough guy to match up with.
Cuts off the pass. Here's Williamson. Puts the hammer down.
Excellent defense, and the steal earns him a quick bucket in transition.
Here's the general. He's got 8. From the high post. Off right iron.
Both teams really matching up well on the board. We've got ourselves a pretty good game here, Kevin.
Let's loose for 3. Good! And the Kings lead by 8. Now a timeout called by Memphis. Here's the general. Last game out, we saw him pour in 42. Rogers backs down. The Grizzlies with another miss. Here's Sacramento. It's a 12-2 run here. Good pace. Throws it up. Can't extend the lead to double digits.
That's what happens when you don't square up for your jumper. He faded and gave himself a much tougher shot.
Here's the general. Number 21. A missed 3.
What a game he's had on the boards. He absolutely will not be denied inside.
Goes up, and the layup is good. 8 points for him. And here are the Grizzlies now. It's a 10-point game. Rogers backs in. The baseline J out of bounds. And they'll keep possession. So both teams making some... And here are the Grizzlies now. They trail by 18. Grant with the ball. Williamson backs him down. Connects.
That's exactly the kind of start that you want to see here in the second half. Good execution. Everybody contributed.
So the Grizzlies 5 right now. The general, he's in at the point. Here's Abdul Rahim. Can't stop the drought.
You know, Kevin, all these rebounds allow them to attack the defense before they have a chance to get back and set up on deep.
No good from Grant. And here are the Grizzlies now. Takes it up. Got a hand on it. Big time lead they've got.
Yeah, they're playing extremely well.
Williamson backs in. And foul called as he misses. He'll go to the line and shoot two. The first one falls. And so he makes both from the line. Here's the general. 8 points for him. 16 wins a year ago against the West for this Kings team.
Yeah, they had the same total the prior year as well, Kevin. They were a lot worse off that year, though, but they still couldn't quite figure out the Western Conference.
And Grant. So that's the 5 in the game for Sacramento. And here are the Kings now. Here's Williamson. Sacramento again missing. For the Kings in the West, they're going to have to find an answer for some of them. And he puts it down with authority. Spite slam cam for another angle.
Does he make it look easy or what, partner? Trust me, that's not easy.
Oh, I know it. I think he could climb over the backboard if he wanted to. Here's Grant. Williamson backs in. Just 4 to shoot. The shot misses, and it's Memphis the other way. This game against Sacramento is the first time they've met this year.
And this is not a very impressive team. They handled them all right last season.
So it's Sacramento now. Releases from 15. The general gets the board inside. Clark, let's be honest here. I doubt either team is shooting for the playoffs.
Well, Kevin, I'm always honest. That's the only way that I roll.
You
They
are.
might say they are, but sometimes you need a reality check. That said, we've seen amazing turnarounds in the past. It could happen with one of these guys.
The shot misses, and the Grizzlies going the other way now. They come into this having outplayed Phoenix the last game.
Not to say that it wasn't a good team performance, but when you look at the star impact they got, I mean, he makes this team better. They just play better when he's going well.
Grant backs him down. Banks it home. 11 points in the game.
Well, he's really been big for their team, finding a way to consistently get it done on the scoreboard.
Rogers, he's covered by Grant. With the fadeaway, kept alive. Here's the general, and another miss by Memphis.
They've really done a great job securing the rebounds, Kevin.
They got the advantage right now, Clark, +5. Shoots from the corner. That's good.
I don't think they'll look for that shot each time down the floor, but they'll take it.
Big time lead they've got.
Yeah, they're playing extremely well.
It's blocked. A second chance effort. No good on the shot, but they got him on the arm. And they'll have a chance at the line.
Contact certainly altered that shot. The official was right on top of it.
And the Kings making a change here. Second free throw, no good. A whole new generation of NBA players taking the reins in the NBA, Clark.
Yeah, and it makes you and I feel a little bit old, doesn't it, Kevin? I mean, they're the internet generation. I think they call them millennials is what they're referred to demographically. These guys love their gadgets.
Smartphones, video games, all that stuff.
That's a nice finish in transition, partner. That's exactly how you run the break.
Number 13 trains it for 3. 8 points for him. Now a timeout called by Memphis. Here we are in November. Let's see how things are shaking out in the West early in the season. Take a look at the Kings. They're down in 9th place so far, still early in the season. And of course, Memphis, a half game back.
With this being the third game in 4 days, you know the legs are just a tad weary. They don't have the same bounce. You're not quite as fresh. So that means mentally you have to be much more attentive and disciplined.
From 18 feet away, again Memphis.
He's been extremely active out there, and he has the stats to prove it. Terrific hustle.
Off the screen, scooped up. Williamson backs down. Williams picks him up. Cannot hit, and it's Memphis the other way.
He hasn't been able to get on track here.
Next matchup, they'll be home against the Suns, and that's the first game in a string of 3 straight at home. About 3.5 minutes left in the third quarter. Grant in the post, working on Williams.
That was a terrific throwdown. I mean, the D wanted nothing to do with that one.
Well, they got to protect the rim much better than that.
Yeah, but he came with force there, Kevin.
Oh, you're right. Here's the general. 16 points for him. Number 21. Again, Memphis. So it's Sacramento now. 22 is their biggest lead. They couldn't put the pieces together, losing the last matchup with the Lakers.
You know, they just struggle to make shots. And sometimes with teams, when they're missing shots, it has a way to take other parts of their game down, too.
And here are the Kings now. Here's Richmond. Breaks it off the back of the rim.
That's not something you'll see very often. Got the mid-range jumper he wanted, but off target.
Pass to Williams. Arcs it high.
They're putting bodies on bodies and cleaning up the misses.
Yeah, they're winning definitely the inside matchup right now. And there are the Kings with another bucket. Here's the General. 1:53 left in the third. Behind the arc, shot's good. He's got 19.
Right now, he's just too good, Kevin. Way too good. They need to bring a second defender and try to make him give up the ball.
So the Kings call timeout. They're first.
All right, Sacramento. Please welcome to the court, America's best dance crew.
So it's both teams making substitutions here.
Make some noise for Marco. Let's hear it for your Sacramento dance team.
On defense, Memphis. It's a 13-point game. That's good.
That's a good look. Very nice look.
They have a lot of ground to make up here.
They're struggling. Nothing seems to be working for them right now.
Hits the 15-footer. He's got 21, 13 in this quarter alone. And the Kings with possession. It's in. He's got 18.
He's just so gifted offensively. He's a tough guy to match up with.
No good. And it's Sacramento going the other way. Simmons caps the break with a nasty stop.
Nice job to advance the orange. Way to get it up court for the open finish.
And here are the Grizzlies with it. Trailing by 17. Goes up. And here are the Kings now. They lead by 17. Picked them clean.
They'll probably hold for the last shot here.
Cuts off the pass. 15 seconds left in the third quarter. Number 5. Up high and down hard.
He's got big-time hops.
Yeah, he's not afraid to take it into the big man country every once in a while. Here's the General. 3 seconds left. Kept alive. And foul called as he misses. He'll go to the line and shoot 2. Here's what Memphis has lined up on their schedule. They'll be playing the Celtics. That game will conclude a 3-game homestand. That free throw missing. That's off as well, so he misses both. We play through 3 and the double-digit game going on here. We'll come right back live from... Fourth quarter getting going here. It's time for our Sprite Spark of the Game report. Let's go to Doris Burke.
Hey, Kevin, the spark in this game, the big push by the Kings. They put a big run together in that first quarter with their tough defense and have had the lead ever since, guys.
Great, Doris. That big scoring run being a difference maker, Clark, in this game.
Well, it often comes in spurts, Kevin. Spurtability is what I call it, and that's what happened today.
The General showing up earlier this afternoon. 2K Sports presents some Monday night NBA action. This is Kevin Harlan with my partner Clark Kellogg. Hi, everyone. Back in Memphis, the Grizzlies tip off a beginning of a homestand. This beginning of the schedule has been a bit of a letdown relative to last season, but they're keeping their heads high and continuing to work. The General gets his first NBA start.
Well, you know, he wasn't drafted in the first round for nothing. I mean, heck, this kid has ability, and he's expected to produce. He's got the opportunity now. This is the start of a brief homestand for them, but they may have a chance here, Kevin, to get some wins in front of their home fans before they head back out on the road.
And he can't hit the second. For the Suns on the road last season, picking up their 22nd win away from Phoenix, which was up 4 from the previous season.
That's a nice improvement. Takes you over that 500 mark that we talk about so much for road wins. That difference really helped them get back into the playoffs, Kevin. That just shows you how thin that line is between postseason play and watching postseason.
Looking at the starting 5 for the Phoenix Suns. They got Jason Kidd. All right, let's go over to the sideline with Doris Burke.
Hey, Kevin, I had a chance to talk with head coach of the Grizzlies. It's one of the smartest offensive teams in the league that they're facing today, so he wants his guys to play just as smart defensively. We've got to be ready for anything, he said, because there are just so many ways they can beat you.
Thanks, Doris. We'll see what more they can do against these shooters.
Well, I think it comes down to two things, trusting the overall defensive strategy and trusting each other.
And to that point, it seems that you can make the playoffs if you have a sub-500 road record. But you won't get a top seed like the Suns did in that case.
Yeah, Kevin, I mean, the teams in the 1 to 4 seed lines almost always have more wins on the road than losses. They're above 500 on the road. You have to be able to get it done away from home to secure that home court advantage in the first round of the playoffs.
And Jason Kidd out of Cal, Clark, his 17th season in the league, 10-time All-Star, 6-time All-NBA, 9-time All-Defensive Selection. What a resume. Do you think he's got a chance at the Hall of Fame?
I know you're kidding.
Replay here. Sprite Slam Cam showing it once more.
Good execution on the break leads to the nice bucket.
On defense, the Suns, 4-point game. This is the second time they've matched up against Memphis.
And, Kevin, it was foul trouble that really caused them to give up that last game. You can't let your starters get sloppy about making contact and committing fouls.
And, Clark, that is definitely what happens. Sitting your first string, and then you have guys out there not used to playing those kinds of minutes.
Yeah, you expect your backups to produce, but sometimes if the minutes are too much, the workload can be too heavy for your reserves. That's why you've got to keep your key guys out of foul trouble. With that, they find themselves missing on 4 of their first 5 shot attempts. That's not a good start. Actually, it's a bad start for them.
Person laces one from 3. He's got 7.
When he gets it going like this, you've got to double team it. That's your only hope.
Here's the general. He's covered by Kidd. Here's the general. Can they get it? Number 23 corrals the miss inside. Suns leading by 7. And dunked in. Great play on the feed.
It's a great look ahead up court to set up the easy fast break finish.
So timeout called here. The first for Memphis. Outplayed in the previous game on their schedule, losing to Sacramento.
Their pitfall, their downfall was foul trouble. That pretty much limited their options. Made the game disjointed and it put them at a major disadvantage as the game went on. They need to send out a search party to find his offense, Kev. It's been AWOL this whole quarter.
And that one's good.
They've been dominant at both ends of the floor, so the early lead is no surprise.
Here's the general. He had a 21-point outing in their last game against Sacramento. Takes it up. And no good. But close on that one, so he'll shoot 2. The Grizzlies finished last season 40-42. They were number 10 in the Western Conference.
And Kevin, even though they didn't make the playoffs, it was a 16-win improvement on the prior season and their best season in the past 4 years.
And the Suns making a change here. So it's Phoenix now. They are coming off that win against Atlanta.
I think the boost they got when you look at their bench was really significant, very important. They were able to give the starters a nice rest, some much-needed rest, and then they were able to count on their bench not to just maintain the status quo, but to continue to produce.
Stolen away. On the breakaway, and it was still over the rim. Offensive basket interference. Here's Kidd. A 14-point game for him in the win against Atlanta. He dumps it off. Number 1. Kept alive. Here's Chapman. Drops it in from 12 feet.
They've been unstoppable. What a strong start.
Now the Grizzlies with it, trailing by 10. Here's Rogers. The shot is off, and Phoenix will take it the other way. Buries the short-range shot. Here's the general. He has 5. He's covered by Kidd. Here's Peeler. The Grizzlies with another miss. And it's Phoenix's ball. They're on a 17-5 run. And here is Kidd. Fades back. Abdur-Rahim rips down the defensive board.
That's really a terrific look inside. Set him up beautifully.
Here's Kidd. Under 7 minutes left in the first. Here's Chapman. No luck on the three-point attempt.
Hey, he can hit from that range. I think he missed that one, but the defense is going to want to tighten up on him out there. Beautiful pass there to find his man streaking up court.
Here's Kidd. Pulls the trigger. Scooped up. Arcs it high and finished up with a nice layup. 6 points for him.
This is how they built an early lead. A relentless and punishing inside game.
Here's the general. He's covered by Kidd. Abdur-Rahim. And he drops it in on the layup.
That's too easy. The D's got to get to him about 8 feet further out.
Number 1. Good in the assist to Kidd.
Great assist on that basket. He's seeing the floor well, and he's making some beautiful passes.
Here's the general. He's got 9. Shot clock at 3. He's picked up by Kidd. A rebound by Kidd.
We've seen them really out-hustle on the glass. I mean, they're trying to get on every single rebounding opportunity, and so far doing a good job of it.
Yes, they are. Very inspiring. Deflects the pass.
The lob was a little misjudged, and he couldn't get control of it.
Goes up. Shot's good by Mills.
The steal led to an easy bucket in transition. That's a nice sequence.
Now here's Kidd. Defense is right there. Number 1. And it's no good. Poor shot selection there, to say the least.
It's not been a day to remember, but if they get the win, I'm sure being the team player that he is, he'll be fine.
Here's Kidd. Just over 4 minutes left in the first quarter. Right side Kidd.
You know, Kevin, it's really early, but they need to get a handle on these turnovers. Taking care of the ball gives you a chance to run your offense.
The Suns making a switch here. Here's the general. He's got 11. No good on the quick shot.
That's not something you'll see very often. Got the mid-range jumper he wanted, but off target.
Number 1. And he gets the bucket. Foul is called. 1 free throw for him.
No one really contested him at the basket that time, Kevin. He's just too good in there to leave the door open for him.
Well, I think one of the stories last year was that the Suns, Clark, finally got past their postseason nemesis, the San Antonio Spurs.
Yeah, that was very impressive and really a cause for celebration amongst the Suns. They felt great about handling the Spurs the way they did, and then just kind of ran into too much size against the Lakers and got short-circuited there.
Sometimes if you've been on the wrong end in your mind of a foul, it's hard to shake that mentally for a player. It might take a couple trips back up and down the floor.
Well, the good ones are able to go into next play mode. The very good players realize there are a lot of plays in the course of an NBA game, and you have to let the bad one go and get ready for the next one. The same with the good play. You got to let it go and get ready for the next play.
And you touched on this just now, that the problem with the West, there's always a tough matchup each step of the way.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Kevin. I mean, well, last year and most years, the top 6 teams in the West can all make legitimate runs at the title. I mean, that's a lot of firepower. I'm not sure you can say the same thing about the East.
And let's go to Doris Burke. Doris, what do you have for us?
Kevin, when Steve Nash left the Mavericks back in 2004, a big reason was the Mavericks thought that his, quote, kamikaze spirit would wear him down physically. Nash said, "There was a time when that bothered me, but I don't feel like I have to answer to that anymore. I want to play every game, but now it's just wanting to be out there helping my team. Our training staff does a great job of keeping me healthy. And guys, at age 36, he's still going strong."
He certainly is. Thanks, Doris. Grizzlies making a switch. Nice job at the line, and that one falls to pick up the and one. The Memphis Grizzlies had a bounce-back year last season.
But, Kevin, they had an easier time out east than they did against the meat grinder that is the Western Conference. Just a 22-30 mark in conference play.
Here's Peeler. And another miss by Memphis. Suns leading by 9. Number 1. Tipped. So it's Memphis now. 9-point game. Clark, it's got to be frustrating for franchises like Memphis that might make the playoffs if they played in the East, but they just can't break out of the pack in the West.
Well, no question about it, Kevin, but you've got to play where you're planted. There are plenty of people who'd like to see a different playoff system that would allow the top 16 teams in regardless of record. I'm not one of them. 8 from each conference. That's how it should be.
Grizzlies improved last season, managed 40 wins. That's 16 more than the prior year.
They really came out of the gate strong, but after the strong start, kind of fizzled a bit down the stretch, and then losing Marc Gasol for a period of time hurt them too.
That did hurt him, you're right. Here's Kidd. 1:39 left in the first. Now here's Johnson. He's guarded closely. Shoots a 3. The shot misses. And the Grizzlies going the other way now. Here's Johnson. Still looking to get on the scoreboard. And first time out of the game called for Phoenix. Here we are in November. Let's see how things are shaking out in the West early in the season. Take a look at the Suns. They're down in 9th place so far, still early in the season. And, of course, there's the Grizzlies, a game and a half away. The Suns making a switch here. Memphis on D, trailing by 5. And that one's good. He's got 8.
That's exactly what coaches love to see. Good execution on the inbounds play.
Here's the general. He's got 15. From 17 feet out. The shot, no good. And it's the Suns taking it the other way. Here's Johnson. And 2 free throws coming up as he misses that one. Drawing the whistle and a lot of contact there.
Tough interior defense means not allowing easy baskets. Good foul.
First one falls for him. And that one goes in. 2 from the line that time. Here's the general. He's guarded by Johnson. Here's the general. And the bucket is good. Laid up and in from the assist. He's got 17.
Really did a good job getting that ball deep in that possession, and it paid off.
Shot clock and game clock separated by less than 6 seconds. Number 17 hits back rim and gets a nice bounce. And the Suns lead by 9.
Kevin, they've been playing with an awful lot of energy here, getting a lot of offensive rebounds. That's always an indicator of hustle and energy.
Here's the general. And that's not going to fall for him. There's the horn as we end an exciting first quarter. Suns lead by 9.
They've been crashing the offensive glass.
And now the second quarter just about to begin. The Suns making a switch here. Here's Nash. 17-point game.
Whoa! So powerful going up to the rim. You just have to step back and admire it.
You know, he can go around you or over you, whichever way he wants. The general, he's in at shooting guard. And Anthony. That's the lineup in the game for Memphis.
Every time they get under the glass, it seems like they're getting all of the rebounding opportunities.
Here's the general. Releases from 15. And again, Memphis no good. Number 1. Dunks it in and the foul. What a play.
They're showing no mercy. This lead just keeps on growing.
And he's unable to convert here on the three-point play. What always strikes me, Clark, about Phoenix, this Suns team is such a great passing team. Number 4 last season in assists per game.
And it starts with Steve Nash. I mean, he's the guy that makes that happen. He's the catalyst. But, you know, top to bottom, everybody on that team, though, Kevin, I think is looking to make the extra pass. That's why they shoot such a high percentage.
A lot of people agree, Clark, that Phoenix is a great team, no doubt, but one that just hasn't been able to get over the top and actually win any championships. Their window may be closing. There's a little bit of age on that team.
Yeah, there certainly is. And you know what, Kevin? It's unfortunate, but there are really good teams throughout the history of the league that run into teams that are just a little better when it comes to winning a championship. And you know, it's too bad because you'd really like to see Nash get a ring. Sometimes it's just not in the cards, even for great players that play on really good teams.
Just hustle points right there. He got into great position and made the most of the second chance.
Clark, he's showing us those soft hands.
Well, he earned that opportunity.
Near the three-point line, it's Nash. And that one, no good to start him off on the night. Here's Nash. No points for him. Nash, right side. Knocks down the open jumper. So for the Suns, Clark, you think it's now or never time for them this season?
You know, well, it might be. It might even be longer than that. These players stay in such great shape. The windows stay open a little longer in this day and age, Kevin. You worry more about young guys coming in than your own age, I think.
You think older players can play longer now?
I think so. I think the window is longer because of all of the training, the attention to detail and taking care of their bodies, the way they manage themselves. I think that's certainly realistic.
And Clark, we see him there now. Steve Nash, the last guy you want to send to the free throw line.
You think, Kevin? I mean, come on now. Number 1 in free throw percentage last season at almost 94%. He's not going to miss. He's not going to miss many at all. That means out of every 100, he might miss 6.
Wow. So it's Memphis now. Following this one, they get to host the Mavericks. They'll find themselves in the middle of this string of 3 straight at home. Got a piece of it.
And it's only their first turnover here. They've done a really good job of protecting the ball so far.
And Clark, they certainly have looked excellent in terms of staying in control of the ball.
Yeah, Kevin, and I love to see that. That's given them a much better shot at being able to come out on top in this game.
With no one around to challenge him, you're going to see that kind of finish every time. It's too easy that way.
Those, Clark, you know, those are the kind of chances you dream about.
You sure do, man. You love that opportunity.
Here's the general. He's covered by Kidd. Nash against Anthony. 5 to shoot. To the inside. And closing the shot, even with the foul. Now the 2 free throws. They get Steve Nash. The first one falls. The Suns making a switch here. That one misses, so he goes 1 for 2. Phoenix controlling this game. Here's Person. Hits back rim and out.
He's had some problems finding the range here in this quarter.
Here's the General. The three. Gets it to go. 24 points for him.
Right now, he's just too good, Kevin. Way too good. They need to bring a second defender and try to make him give up the ball.
Here's Person. Good in the assist to Kidd.
That's a good job going right back at him with the three of their own.
Abdur-Rahim backs in. Connects from 13 feet out.
You've got to close out on that mid-range jump shot.
Here's Kidd with an assist. This trip down, he'd have 10 for the game. From 18 feet away, no luck. And the Grizzlies going the other way now. And the one-handed jam to finish.
A pretty finish right there, Kevin. Take it up and then throw that thing down.
He didn't have to make it special, just get the job done.
That's right. Keep it simple.
Number 1. Lynch yanks down the rock.
Shocking how wide open he was. Even more shocking that he couldn't sink it.
No problems knocking that one down. He has 29.
They're on a nice run here, but they still have a ways to go to tie it up.
Now Kidd. The jump off. They need this. Kept alive. A second chance effort. Close, but no cigar. Now the Grizzlies with it. Down by 15.
Excellent anticipation there, Kev. He placed that pass perfectly.
And Phoenix has possession. 13-point lead. Number 23 sinks the open shot. And the Suns lead by 15.
Kicked it to the right guy at the right time. That's a good pass.
Outside Anthony. Here's Abdur-Rahim. Scooped up. Here's Lynch. A foul called, and he earns a trip to the line. Here's what Memphis has lined up on their schedule. They'll be playing the Celtics. That game will conclude a 3-game homestand. And the first one drops. Both shots good from the stripe. Here's Kidd. 2:14 left in the half. Now Anthony defending. Number 23 backs him down. No luck. And it's Memphis the other way. It's tipped. It's one-on-one. Jump off pass. With a step back, the shot is off. And the Grizzlies going the other way now. Here's the General. He's got 31. Double clutches. Number 23 snatches it inside. Here's Person. Scooped up. Number 1. And there's the bucket, good for 2. 16 points for him.
They don't seem to have many answers for him in this game. He's doing a terrific job out there. Outstanding work.
It's one-on-one. Here's Kidd. Fires from 14. Puts too much on it. We've seen them with a lot of good ball movement.
That's exactly the way to play. The fans love it. It's fun for the players. I love it. And more importantly, it's tough to defend.
Here's Abdur-Rahim. Off target for 3.
It's been a struggle. It's not happening right now. He needs to settle down a bit and let the offense come to him a little more. He's forcing things right now.
Here's the General. He's covered by Kidd. Here's Anthony. It's blocked. And Phoenix has possession. Earlier, they held a 23-point lead. Shot and game clock separated by 5. Number 23 takes it up and laid up and in. He has 6.
Kevin, they haven't attempted as many threes here in the second, and I think they're trying to get the ball inside more.
Outside Anthony.
I think that's going to take away from what he does. The team's going to have to pick it up on the defensive end. Gorgeous layup there. Graceful move to the basket.
Both teams.
One shot.
Here's the general. He's covered by Kidd. Here's the general. He's covered by Kidd. The general. And another miss by Memphis.
Well, they've got the lead, and they're controlling the glass. Right now, they have a +10 rebound advantage.
Pulls up. High post. That's good. And the Suns lead by 8. Here's the general. He has 31. On the court for the Suns. And Johnson. Here's the general. He's picked up by Kidd. Peeler. He's guarded by Johnson. Connects from 13 feet out. He has 5.
You don't have to worry about him leading the team in scoring, but he will find ways to get involved on the offensive end.
Kidd passes to Johnson. Here's Person. Baseline J off target.
Not his quarter, Kevin. He was doing okay earlier, but he's gone ice cold.
With the floater. And 2 free throws coming up as the whistle blows. He barely missed that one. Here's what Phoenix has lined up on their schedule. They'll be taking on the Los Angeles Lakers. That'll be just 1 game played away from home for them. No good on the free throw. He hits the second from the line. Here's Kidd. Under 7 minutes left in the third. Tipped. The break is on. To the paint, Peeler cans it from in close. He has 7.
That's exactly the way you practice it. Hit the open man for the great look.
Timeout called, the Suns. Memphis on D. It's a 3-point game.
The D served it up on the platter, and he still wasn't able to convert. He's got to be disappointed. So when you run the fast break correctly, it's a thing of beauty.
Johnson with it. He has 6. Will it go? Blocked. He puts up a 3. Kept alive. Here's Chapman. Finally knocks it down.
Snares the offensive rebound, then sends it home.
The Grizzlies trail by 3. Here's the general. He's got 34. Shot clock at 5. With 1 second left, and the Grizzlies tack on 2 more.
Well, he's not a premier scorer, but he's contributed big time on the offensive end today.
Johnson outside. The shot is off, and it's Memphis the other way. Lynch, he's covered by Kidd. For the lead. The rebound by Johnson.
No, sir. It ain't that easy, son, especially with a top-notch defender breathing right down your neck.
Here's Person. Scooped up. Here's Chapman. And, yep, that falls, and the foul is called. We'll see him shoot 1 from the free throw line.
He's really one of the big reasons why they have the lead now. He's playing an extremely efficient game. It's fun to watch.
Grizzlies making a switch. Mills is checked in. The Grizzlies trail by 4. Here's the general. He's got 36. Gets the whistle, and he'll go to the line.
Contact certainly altered that shot. The official was right on top of it.
That free throw missing. Good on the second free throw. And Phoenix has possession. Earlier, they held a 23-point lead. They host the Kings after this game. That game is the first and last of their homestand. And that one's good. 16 points for him. Jason Kidd, a long and impressive career. You look up point guard in the dictionary, and his name is about the first one you see.
Kevin, he's been a terrific playmaker throughout his career. 5th in the league in assists a season ago at over 9 a game. And he seemed to be one of those guys that was born to be a point guard. He just has tremendous instincts.
Well said. Here's Person. He's off from 3.
He's certainly not shy about putting up shots. Unfortunately, this quarter, he's not making them. Oh, what a great look to get it inside. That's the way to find him when he's ready to score.
Let's go with a 3. The shot misses, and it's Memphis the other way.
Great job to get back into this one, Kevin. They're playing hard and hanging right in there.
Now Kidd. And the Suns call time. Memphis on D. Here's Person. It's a little short, but gets the friendly roll. He's got 19.
Way to distribute the basketball.
Memphis trailing here. Here's the General. 43 points in the game. Mills with it. For the lead. Number 23 yanks down the defensive rebound. Goes up and off the glass as he lays that one up and in. And the Suns lead by 4. Here's the General. Peeler backs in. He's picked up by Kidd. Cannot hit. And it's the Suns taking it the other way. Here's Chapman. Great finish in traffic. 18 points for him. Now a timeout called by Memphis. Here's the General. 2:42 left in the third quarter. He's covered by Kidd. Here's the General. Hoop plus the hard. He would not be denied, and he'll have a chance to make it a three-point play.
Kevin, you know I love that. Finishing strong.
For a backcourt player, Clark, he looks right at home, driving to the hoop. And the Suns making a change here. Here's Nash. The General is tagged with the reach. That's foul number 2 for him. Here's Nash. 3-point lead. Kicks to Bryant. Poked away.
You know, they're lucky to be leading here as much as we've seen some rather loose control of the basketball, Kevin.
That free throw, no good. And he sinks the second. Here's Kidd. 2:15 left in the third. And Doris Burke has a report for us from the sideline.
Well, Kevin, as you know, the Phoenix Suns have one of the better benches in the entire NBA. Steve Nash said, "Our bench is a huge part of our team. We've got a group of guys that are chomping at the bit to get on the court. When they get out there to play, they play with a ton of energy. They're defensive-minded and active, and whether they shoot the ball well or not, they can always play solid defense. Guys, just so important to have players that really embrace their role as energizers off the bench."
Thank you, Doris.
You know, Kevin, the bench has added a needed infusion of energy here for the Suns. Now we'll see if the team can will its way back into that elite category.
Here's Nash. Drains it from short range. Nash has got his second bucket of the night.
That's the way to manufacture your shot against the taller defender. Solid effort.
Here's the general. Can't get it to go, and it's the Suns taking it the other way. Earlier, they held a 23-point lead.
They're really out-rebounding them by a wide margin here.
The Grizzlies trail by 4. Behind the arc. It takes a bad bounce and goes out of bounds. Here's Nash. He has 6. And oh, that was close. He draws the foul. He'll shoot 2.
That's a good call by the referee. There was definitely some contact on the release of the shot.
And so Nash nails both of them. Here's the general. Non-stop scoring machine here. Bryant with the rebound.
Kevin, that's the kind of shot you want. You can't ask for better execution on offense, but sometimes they just don't fall.
These guys are in the zone. They're taking it over.
And he makes the free throw.
As a team, they've been perfect from the line in this half. They've made them all. That's a good job, and that's exactly what you want. When you're going to get to the line, take advantage of those freebies.
The Grizzlies trail by 9. Here's the general to end the run. Good defense by Kidd.
Well, he doesn't have the softest touch. And with the D right in his face, that made all the difference. Unbelievable shot there. He busted out the trick release and left the defender dazed and confused.
Here's the general. He's covered by Kidd. Here's the general. Dumps it off. Here's Rogers. And again, Memphis no good. We play through 3 and the double-digit game going on here. Back in a moment for Memphis. As the fourth quarter gets rolling here, let's check out our Sprite Spark of the Game, presented by Sprite. Hey, Doris.
Well, Kevin, the Suns bench has had the spark in this one. In the playoffs with plenty of...
It's got to be a great feeling setting the team record for points tonight. How does it feel to achieve such an accomplishment?
You know, I saw it coming. I had a feeling tonight was going to be a great game, and I didn't disappoint. It's pretty special to have my name at the top of a list like that, but I've got so much more I intend to accomplish. This is just one small honor in my overall master plan.
You guys are playing the enemy tonight. Whenever you play the enemy, it's always a key game. The fans demand wins against these guys. Don't let them down.
Welcome, fans, to the NBA on 2K Sports. Kevin Harlan with Clark Kellogg. Great to have you with us. And this is a one-and-done trip for Dallas before going back to their Mavericks fans. So let's take a look at the starters for the Dallas Mavericks. Finley is out there with Willie Green and Bradley. And for the Grizzlies, the General, he's in at point guard, and Mills. The Grizzlies finished last season 40-42.
They're an improvement on the prior season and their best season in the past 4 years.
The shot, no good. Now the Mavericks take it the other way. Their last game, a win against Boston, looking to carry it into this one.
Well, they just had incredible wherewithal. I mean, they dominated the fourth quarter. That was a great comeback, and they went all the way with it. They never let up off the gas pedal.
And for these Memphis fans, just as important overall was the home record. They were a winning team at home.
Yeah, 23-18 here at the FedEx Forum. They gave their hometown fans something to cheer about, and we're in the playoff chase for a while there until fading late.
Let's catch up with Doris from the sideline.
Hey, Kevin, I had a chance to talk with head coach of the Grizzlies. The frustration was evident in his voice when I asked him about the way their season had been developing. He told me, we've been learning the hard way that anything less than a 100% effort is not going to get it done. I want to see my guys a lot hungrier than they have been. That would certainly help, gentlemen.
And as always, Doris, thank you.
That was a perfect chance to finish on the break, and he let it slip away.
From the wing, Finley can't get it to go.
Really not enough defensive.
And he flushes it through. Sprite slam cam with the replay.
Boy, when you run the fast break correctly, it's a thing of beauty.
And Dallas has possession. This is their second meeting of the year against this Grizzlies team.
They cruised through the last meeting between these two, Kevin. Phenomenal bench production was the difference in that one.
Just 4 to shoot. Here's Strickland. Kept alive. Here's Finley. Here's Reeves. Again, the miss by the Mavericks.
You absolutely have to make the defense respect you there, Kevin. He was wide open and couldn't drill it.
Wasted no time on that one. He has 6. What a gift when your bench Clark rises to the occasion like that.
Boy, Kevin, it makes you feel so good when you get tremendous play from your backups. That's a terrific feeling for a coach and his team.
Here's Finley. The 3. Mills snatches it inside. Got a piece of it. To end the drought. And he lays that one up and in. Here's the General. He's got 6. On the line. Bricks it off the back iron. The Mavericks trailer. Here's Strickland. That falls in on the layup coming off the feed.
Kicked it to the right guy at the right time. That's a good pass.
So it's Memphis now. Last game matchup with the Suns, a tough loss there.
I think sometimes, you know, when you see 1 or 2 guys having a breakout game and you still lose, it's easy to start thinking about guys being a ball hog or a stat piler or concerned with his own. They needed a little more team involvement in this one, Kevin. More guys needed to be involved.
About 8.5 minutes left in the first. Here's Finley. Scooped up. Behind the arc. No good.
He's had some problems finding the range here in this quarter.
And almost gets it to go, so he'll shoot 2 here. One thing that obviously stands out for Dallas, Clark, the 27 road wins, which was #1 in the NBA last season. What a great road record. Only 14 losses away from home.
Extremely impressive and a big improvement from the year before as well, Kevin. They were sub 500 on the road in 09, but last year they played like every court was their home court.
So it's Memphis now. following the score by Dallas. Here's Mills. He's guarded by Finley. The Grizzlies with another miss. The Mavericks with a chance to retake the lead. Here's Reeves, and that misses. That would have put him up.
The defense couldn't close out on the mid-range J, and the shooter made him pay.
Let's go with a three, and again, Memphis no good. Backing down is Green. Fades back. No good. And the Grizzlies going the other way now. Peel, guarded by Green. Arcs it high. Bradley yanks it down inside. And so here is Dallas. They trail by 1. From 7, and Finley gets it to go. He has 6.
He's just so gifted offensively. He's a tough guy to match up with.
To the inside, from the stripe, Mills can't hit. The Mavericks leading. Here's Reeves, and a foul on the shot. He'll go to the stripe for 2. Grizzlies improved last season, managed 40 wins. That's 16 more than the prior year. The Mavericks making a switch here. Here's the general. We saw him go on a scoring rampage last game, and Memphis turns it over. Here we are in November. Let's see how things are shaking out in the West early in the season. Look at the Mavericks. They're in the upper part of the conference records right now, in 5th place. And, of course, there's the Grizzlies. They just haven't had the type of record they've wanted.
You know, Kevin, this is a team that you would certainly not consider to be world beaters, but they certainly are better than what they've shown thus far. I mean, it'll be interesting to keep an eye on them the rest of the season because they've got the potential to make some improvement.
Here's Bradley. Nails it from close range. Does this team have what it takes, you think, Clark, to make the playoffs this season?
You know, I think so, Kevin. They've got a lot of young talent that has continued to grow together. Sometimes you just have to be patient with a young developing team. And as always, when a young team commits and becomes consistent defensively, that's when they can be a playoff team.
Here's Abdur-Rahim, and another miss by Memphis.
It's been a struggle. It's not happening right now. He needs to settle down a bit and let the offense come to him a little more. He's forcing things right now. Kevin, they're fighting extremely hard right here, bit by bit, just trying to pull away.
Here are the Grizzlies with the ball. 7-point differential. Here's the general. 9 points in the game so far. With the fadeaway, Robinson misses.
You can see it here early. They've come to play in this one, partner.
Oh, yeah, big rebounding advantage so far. Here's Kerr, and it's Dallas with another. Here's Anthony, trying to claw his way back after a terrible showing in that loss to Phoenix. Here's the general, defended by Kerr. Here's Robinson. Can't put an end to the scoring drought. And here we go with Steve Kerr. He really was a guy who also stepped up in that game against the Celtics. Here's Strickland. And no good trying to get that one. First quarter over, and big numbers up on the board. Mavericks ahead, leading by 9.
Well,
now the second quarter about to start. Here's Kerr. 9-point game. The general in a 2-guard. And Anthony. That's the lineup in the game for Memphis. From deep. Kept alive. Another shot. Here's Bradley. And laid in. Nice play.
snares the offensive rebound, then sends it home.
Foul called as he misses. He'll go to the line and shoot two. That one on Green. You hate to say it so often, but it is what it is. Another early exit in the playoffs last year for these Mavericks. They spent so much money. Another disappointment for them.
You know what? It just shows you how difficult it is to have postseason success, Kevin. It's really hard. Teams like the Lakers and Celtics have made it look easy in the past, but it's a difficult thing to do. I mean, heck, that's those teams are good, the Mavericks, but they run into teams that typically are able to have their number. They look great on paper, have a great regular season, but then in the postseason, the matchups get the best of them.
And the Grizzlies making a change here. Hits the 15-footer. Green's got his first 2 points of the night.
Great on the boards here. I mean, they're really working that glass, leading to a jump and second chance points, which oftentimes can lead to wins.
You know, you were talking about Dallas in the postseason. How do you lose the label of being soft in the playoffs? And what can they do, Clark? You mentioned the word matchups, and that's what the playoffs are, matchups. But when you're labeled soft, that's a team label.
Yeah. And sometimes I think that can be unfair.
Yeah.
I think the Mavericks have been more of a finesse team, but in recent years they have shown some physicality as well. And sometimes your physicality just doesn't match up to your opponents. That doesn't mean you're soft. That just means you may not have as much as the team you're facing.
And making a change here, the Mavericks. Off the pick, and the basket good. Green's got his second bucket of the night.
The pick worked to perfection, and he had all the room he needed to get off the jumper.
Lynch backs in. It's good.
Boy, sharing the sugar, spreading the wealth, that's a good team effort.
And Dallas has possession. Reeves covered by Anthony. Here's Reeves, and it's laid up and in.
That's a nice double clutch move there on the layup.
So it's Memphis now, down by 12. Here's the general. Launches it. The shot is off, and Dallas the other way.
Every time they get under the glass, it seems like they're getting all of the rebounding opportunities.
Now the Grizzlies with it. A 12-point game. Abdur-Rahim, guarded by Green. The break is on. And closing the shot, even with the foul. Now the two free throws. The Memphis Grizzlies had a bounce-back year last season.
But, Kevin, they had an easier time out east than they did against the meat grinder that is the Western Conference. Just a 22-30 mark in conference play.
Here's Anthony. Lynch backs down. Here's the general. Five on the clock. Green with the rebound. And so here is Dallas. They've only allowed 5 points in the quarter.
That's a terrific play. All he had to do was catch it and finish.
So timeout called here. The first for Memphis. Grizzlies making a switch. Here's the general. 9 points in the game so far. Rogers backs him down. And another miss by Memphis. It's been all Mavericks. It's a 16-point game. Number 13 buries it from outside.
And there he goes. He didn't get a three in the first, but starting to look for it here.
Now a timeout called by Memphis. Here's the general. About 8.5 minutes left in the second. Here's Abdur-Rahim. Buries the corner jumper.
He drew the D in and then kicked it out to the open man.
Here are the Mavericks now. They lead by 17. Here's Reeves. Pass to Green. Takes a three. Cannot hit. And it's Memphis the other way.
He hasn't been able to contribute as well as he wanted to. But in spite of that, they still have the lead, and that's a good sign.
Kept alive. Here's Rogers. It's been all Mavericks. 17-point game. Shoots a three, and that one's good. He's got 6.
I really like the fact that he's getting the touches he needs here after not scoring a single point in that first quarter.
Now a timeout called by Memphis. And making a change here, the Mavericks. Here's the general. He's got 9. Defended by Kerr. Abdur-Rahim. Guarded by Green.
That's how you do it. That was a nice setup. I mean, the pick was in the right place, right where it should have been.
Followed the strategy that is mapped out on the sideline. Those timeouts mean a lot for these guys.
Yes, they do.
He can't complete the three-point play.
I think they're going to need a little bit more from him if they want to get a win here. They've got to get a contribution from him to make that happen.
Finley can't get it to go. So it's Memphis now. They trail by 18.
Uh-oh. A little bit of a statement made there while he hung on the rim.
That's one way to make sure the whole building knows exactly what you just did. The general is tagged with the reach. That's his 3rd foul.
Second team foul. Checking in.
Mavericks leading by 5. On the court for the Mavericks. They've got Finley. Also Willie Green out there. And Bradley. And no good. But close on that one, so he'll shoot 2. Here's what Memphis has lined up on their schedule. The Celtics will be coming into town for the next game. That game will conclude a 3-game homestand. First free throw is good. Both shots good from the stripe. And so here is Dallas. They led the game at one point by 20. Backing down is Green. Easy shot. Good. Green's got his 3rd basket of the night right there.
You've got to close out on that mid-range jump shot.
Here's the general. Drops. And so here is Dallas. 3-point lead. Now Finley. He's got 20. Kept alive. Here's Bradley. Puts the hammer down. That gives him a double-double, 10 points and 12 rebounds.
When he can turn a missed shot into that kind of slam, maybe the miss was a good thing.
Well, and what a lift it gives a team to see that type of play.
Well, he's leading by example. He's actually walking the talk when he makes plays like that.
Gets it to go.
Well, he's not a premier scorer, but he's contributed big time on the offensive end today.
Now Finley for 3. Another 3 for Dallas.
Kevin, that's just not good defense. You can't be giving players of his talent level looks like that. Come on now.
Here's the general. He's got 17. Leads him with the pass. Fires from the high post. The shot no good. Now the Mavericks take it the other way. And here is Green. Now Finley. 23 points in the game. Shot clock at 5. Buries the teardrop layup. He's got 25.
He's really one of the big reasons why they have the lead now. He's playing an extremely efficient game. It's fun to watch.
Puts up the tray. Mills can't hit.
You know, 9 out of 10 times he's making you pay on a wide open look like that. I guess that was number 10, though.
Here's Strickland. Blocked.
24-second shot clock violation.
Both teams deciding to change it up.
Memphis ball.
The Grizzlies trail by 8. Here's the general. Outside Robinson. Strickland corrals the miss inside. Now the Mavericks with it. 8-point game. Kerr with it. He dumps it off. Bradley sets a pick. Now Walker goes up. Kerr's shot is good. He's got 6.
Good job of leading his man right to the rim for the bucket.
Here's Rodgers. Thrown back. And he lays that one up and in. Here's Kerr. He has 6. Here's Finley. Here's Kerr. It takes a bad bounce and goes out of bounds. Let's see what the Dallas Mavericks have coming up. They host the 76ers after this game. That'll be the first of 2 straight at home. Here's the general. 17 points in the game. Defended by Kerr. Here's Rodgers. Rejection.
You got to expect more out of him here. He's had a lot of difficulty this quarter, which in turn is making it difficult for them to cut into this deficit at all.
Behind the arc. Lynch yanks down the defensive rebound. From downtown. Kept alive. Here's Rodgers. A second chance effort. And he finishes it off with a lay-in. He's got 8.
Well, he's playing a well-rounded game, and he's really helped them in a number of ways.
Here's Kerr. Scooped up. Inside. Here's Bradley. And he makes the basket. So 1 free throw coming up as he'll try to make it a 3-point play.
Good job here in the second half. They're doing a really solid job of pounding that ball inside. And they're being intentional about it. And that's the way you succeed, getting that ball inside.
Timeout called, the Grizzlies. The Grizzlies trail by 9. Here's the general. Connects on the baseline jumper. 19 points in the game.
Tell you what, I like the way he's picked his spots on when to get involved in the offense.
Now Finley, 25 points in the game. Takes it up. Great finish in traffic. And the Mavericks lead by 9. Here are the Grizzlies with the ball. They trail by 9 points. Bradley snatches it off the glass. And so here is Dallas. They led the game at 1 point by 20. And the shot is good. He's got 10.
No question that they've been the better offensive team so far. The execution has been flawless.
Both.
A survivor of cancer who's now back and better than ever. Get on your feet. Make some noise for Grizz. How about your Grizz, girls?
And here are the Grizzlies now. 6-point game. And he hits that one from down low. Here's Anthony. 109 left in the third. Here's the general. The Grizzlies with another miss. Mavericks leading by 8. Great offensive performance they're putting on. Kept alive. And here are the Grizzlies now. Tipped. Here's Finley. Outside Anthony. Here's the general. Off the mark with the 3 ball. And Dallas has possession. They're leading by 8. Strickland scooped up. And good with the shot. And the whistle blows for the contact and a chance for one more. And no problem at the line here for the 3-point play. Here's Anthony. Abdur-Rahim, guarded by Green. Here's Abdur-Rahim, and nothing is falling for him right now. It's one-on-one. Now Finley. Here's Strickland, got a hand on it. Here's the general, caps the break with the nasty stuff.
Good execution on the break leads to the nice bucket.
Here's Finley. That will count. No good. Some great basketball so far as we end the third quarter. Back in a moment for Memphis. Fourth quarter getting going here. It's time for our Sprite Spark of the Game report. Let's go to Doris Burke.
Thanks, Kevin. It's the Mavericks with the spark of the game with that big push we saw. They jumped out early with a big run in the first period, and they've protected that lead since, guys.
Doris, thank you. Big scoring run there was the spark they needed.
Everything started to synergize, and once the ball was rolling, there was no stopping them.
The general, he's in at the point. On the court for Memphis to start the fourth. Number 33.
Does he make it look easy or what, partner? Trust me, that's not easy.
Oh, I know it. I think he could climb over the backboard if he wanted to. Here's Finley. A missed three.
For a guy his size, he grabs a lot of rebounds, and this game's been no exception. Beautiful pass there to find his man streaking up court.
And so here is Dallas. It's a 5-point game. Backing down is Green. Here's Finley. Shot clock at 5. A second left. Bullseye. He's got 29 points. Here's the general. Rogers, started by Green. Shot's good.
After his poor shooting in the first, he's found a way to turn it around here, getting hot. He just stayed with it, was consistent and patient, and now he's got a hot hand.
Number 13 gets the bucket. And the Mavericks lead by 7.
He's had an off game thus far, but his team has been able to pick up the slack and find a way to get it done here.
Here's the general. No good. And Dallas the other way. They led the game at 1 point by 20. Here's Strickland. Tries to drop it in, but it won't go. And here are the Grizzlies with it. They trail by 7.
He should leave those long bomb passes alone.
And laid up and in.
Beautiful delivery with the bounce pass. He kept it away from the defense, which set up the shot perfectly.
Here's Peeler. Strickland grabs the rebound inside.
He's been AWOL this quarter. When his team is down and in need of some scoring from him, he hasn't shown up.
He dishes it. Number 13 connects from in close.
You know, that's a good job of getting the ball down low like that. I mean, those are hard to stop from that range.
Now a timeout called by Memphis. And I think Doris Burke has something for us right now. Doris?
Hey, guys, over that last break, I was able to catch the message the Grizzlies head coach was giving to his team. He was clearly fuming. He told them, "You guys look like you're sleepwalking out there." He said, "I don't know if you rolled out of the wrong side of the bed this morning or what, but we've got to step up and wake up." Guys?
So both teams changing it up here. Laid in for 2 with the pretty feed there. That's 8 unanswered points.
Fourth quarter with a double-digit lead, it doesn't get much better than that.
Here's Robinson. And again, Memphis no good.
The thrill is gone, and so is his offense. He's not making anything.
The dump off. Here's Roberts. And a foul call. Almost got it to go in, but he'll go to the line for 2.
Looked like a good call from here where I sit. Definitely some contact on that shot.
So after making the first, he goes 1 for 2. And here are the Grizzlies now. It's a 14-point game.
And look at how he posed on the rim for a few seconds after that one. That's never going to endear you to your opponents. They don't like that kind of stuff.
No, he was enjoying that one so much he didn't want to let go.
Yeah, I think he was throwing salt in the wound, though.
Reeves. Robinson pulls it in.
Tough D forces him to miss it at the rim. You won't see that very often.
From 18 feet away, and that one's good. He's got 27.
That's exactly the way you practice it. Hit the open man for the great look.
Here's Roberts. And it's off. Questionable decision-making there. Here's the general. And oh, that was close. He draws the foul. He'll shoot 2.
Tough interior defense means not allowing easy baskets. Good foul.
And the first one at the line is good. And he makes both free throws.
Kevin, they've been very efficient from the line today, extremely efficient, especially here in the second half. I mean, they've not missed one yet. 100% from the line, that's strong.
Number 5 makes the long-distance connection. And the Mavericks lead by 11.
The defense has to know what's coming here. They've got to get to the shooters. I mean, it's that simple. Get out to the shooters and challenge the shot.
And here's Mills. Good from the high post. And Dallas has possession. They have a 9-point lead. Lets it go. Kept alive. Here's Roberts. And a great second effort right there. Here's the general. Under 7 minutes left in the fourth. And here's Mills. Outside Williams. Here's the general. Scooped up. Here's Lynch. Shot is off. Now the Mavericks take it the other way. They led the game at 1 point by 20. Unload from 9. It falls short. And here are the Grizzlies with it. They trail by 11. From 11 feet away, Roberts gets the board inside. And Dallas has possession. 11-point game. Here's Reeves. And 2 free throws coming up as the whistle blows. He barely missed that one.
That's his third versus
The first free throw is good. So both teams making some changes here. And so he hits both. Here's the general. Under 6 minutes left in the game. Lets it go from the wing. Jump shot is good that time. He has 31.
Well, I tell you what, it's not a good sign for the defense if he's getting off.
Here's Walker. Hits the layup after the sweet pump fake to freeze the D.
Great pass into the lane. They'll take that one every time.
Reeves backs down. No luck. Now the Mavericks take it the other way.
He's got to break out of this slump if his team wants a chance to win.
Here's Reeves, and it's Dallas with another. Here's the general. Defended by Kerr. Here's the general. And that one barely misses as he draws contact. 2 free throws coming up. The first one falls. Grizzlies making a switch. The Mavericks making a switch here. Good on both. And so here is Dallas, 13-point lead. Here's Reeves. Finley takes the shot. Scooped up. And Green gets it to go. And the Mavericks lead by 15. And here are the Grizzlies with it. Down by 15. Goes up. Can't get it to go. Now the Mavericks take it the other way. Deflects the pass. Just over 4 minutes left in the fourth. Now Finley. The Mavericks with the turnover.
Appears like somebody needs a jolt of coffee because he wasn't paying attention there.
Here's the general. Here's Rogers. And 2 free throws coming up as he misses that one. Drawing the whistle and a lot of contact there.
2 shots.
And he knocks down the first one. That's also good, so he hits both free throws. And Dallas has possession. It's a 13-point game. Bradley backs in. Here's Reeves. Off from three-point land.
Well, it's just been one of those kind of games for him. Just a great look ahead up court to set up the easy, fast break finish.
And so here is Dallas. They led the game at 1 point by 20. Up high and down hard.
He went hard all the way right there. There's no back down in this guy. He's got one speed forward.
Oh, was that nasty?
Very.
At the line for the Mavericks.
And he makes the free throw. Here's the general. Just over 3 minutes left in the game. Nails the step-back chain. 37 points for him.
When he gets it going like this, you got to double team it. That's your only hope.
Pass to Green. Over Rogers. And Green gets it to go.
Well, I tell you what, when you get this kind of effort and efficiency from him, they're a really hard team to beat.
Here's the general. It's blocked. Here's Finley. Nice work on the low block as he gets that one to fall. And the Mavericks lead by 16. So it's Memphis now. They trail by 16. Mills with it. Leads him in.
That's a good example of excellent communication. The nice lead pass led his teammate right to the rim for the basket.
Green with the ball. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Kept alive. Here's Finley. Buries it. 33 points for him.
He's just too quick for his man. Left him in the rearview mirror and knocked it down.
Here's Mills. The shot is off. And Dallas the other way.
I'm sure he'd like to have a do-over here. He just hasn't been able to make a significant contribution in this one. Way to close out an opponent. Kevin, I think we're done here.
Here's the general. Lets loose for a three. Finley grabs the rebound inside.
He's really struggled to get into any kind of comfortable flow here. 0 points this quarter, and he really doesn't look like himself out there. Contact certainly alters that shot. The official was right on top of it.
And the first one drops. And the Mavericks will go for a different look here. And that's good as he hits both of his shots. Here's the general. 104 left in the fourth. Here's Peeler, and he nails the triple. He's shooting 50% from downtown.
He's really picked up where he left off in the first.
The general hits the reach-in call, and that's it for him. He's fouled out. Not only that, we are in the bonus, and we'll have to...
Taking 2 shots.
So this loss makes, what, 3 games in a row? What's going on with the team at the moment?
It's tough to say. I think we just have a perfect storm of guys who aren't hitting on all cylinders at the moment. I think as a team, we just need to figure out where things started going wrong and correct that. I urge our fans not to get frustrated, though. We'll be back on track soon.
The kid may be young and still gaining valuable experience, but Kevin Durant's got a great head on his shoulders. Hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard. When I heard him say that, I knew he was going to be something special. You're sitting there doing nothing reminds me of a famous quote I once heard. It's not the hours you put in, it's what you put in the hours. My man Michael Jordan on if he could fly. People asked me if I could fly. I said, yeah, for a little while. You know why Isaiah Thomas was a champion? He understood the importance of camaraderie and teamwork, as evidenced by this quote. Basketball is not played simply with X's and O's. It's played with both trust and confidence. You know why Isaiah Thomas was a champion? He understood the importance of camaraderie and teamwork, as evidenced by this quote. Basketball is not played simply with X's and O's. It's played with both trust and confidence. Jason Kidd on Vince Carter's dunk at the 2000 Summer Games. I think everybody was in awe, and nobody thought he was going to attempt that. But to me, that was probably the greatest play in basketball I've ever seen. The kid may be young and still gaining valuable experience, but Kevin Durant's got a great head on his shoulders. Hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard. When I heard him say that, I knew he was going to be something special. Hey, you ever wonder why Steve Nash licks his hands? I met him at the 2004 All-Star Game in Los Angeles and asked him just that. He said, "I lick my fingers because I don't like when my hands get slick. Licking my fingers helps me keep a good grip on the ball." Man, since we're just sitting here, let me tell you about what I think is the greatest play in NBA history. It was the 1980 NBA Finals. Julius Erving and the Philadelphia 76ers were taking on the Magic Johnson-led Lakers. Actually, why don't I let my man Magic describe the play to you? We cut him off, and there was nowhere for him to go but out of bounds. It's still the greatest move I've ever seen in basketball. The all-time greatest.
The General arriving earlier this afternoon, primed and ready to go. Live from Memphis, at the home of the Grizzlies, we're broadcasting from the FedEx Forum. Here in Memphis, we have an interconference matchup with the Grizzlies looking to create some cheers for this crowd. They come into this one following the loss to the Mavericks. Clark, not the type of performance their fans were hoping for. They were just completely dominated. So let's take a look at the Boston Celtics starting lineup. We've got Allen and Brown. Shots good by Wesley.
Well, we're off and running now. Those are the first points on the board, and we've got action underway.
fans of the Celtics. They've built such a rapport with their franchise. Each generation, it seems, to grow, and Boston now is a veteran team. You know, frankly, though, one of the older teams in the NBA.
Absolutely, Kevin, and there were a lot of questions about if their window might be past or closing. I think the way they played in May answered all of those questions, though. They still are a championship caliber team and can turn it on when they need to.
Let's find out what Doris Burke has for us.
Hey, Kevin, I had a chance to talk with head coach of the Grizzlies. The frustration was evident in his voice when I asked him about the way their season had been developing. He told me, we've been learning the hard way that anything less than a 100% effort is not going to get it done. I want to see my guys a lot hungrier than they have been. That would certainly help, gentlemen.
Thanks again, Doris.
They switch now to the full court press. We'll see if they can find a way to pressure the ball and force a few turnovers. Hoping to force some turnovers, they've switched to the half-court trap.
You mentioned turning it on. You wonder, though, if they're going to try to turn it on at some point and it won't happen.
Well, you know what? Maybe at some point that will be the case, but until that is the case, you've got to consider them as a title contender each year, especially if they're healthy.
And here are the Grizzlies now, following the bucket by the Celtics.
Excellent anticipation there, Kev. He placed that pass perfectly.
Here's Brown. 23 points his last outing. Connects from in close. Brown's got his first 2 points.
He did a great job there to get his shot off against the taller defender. That's a nice play.
Here's Abdul-Rahim. Connects from the high post. Here's Brown. Tipped.
The lob was a little misjudged, and he couldn't get control of it.
Here's the general. Hits the tray. 5 points in the game.
The fast break left the defense discombobulated. As a result, he had the open three.
Here's Wesley. And almost gets it to go, so he'll shoot 2 here. Ray Allen, even at his age, is still a sight to behold when he takes that jump shot.
Yeah, he really is. He's got one of the sweetest jump shots we've ever seen in the history of the game. As pretty a shot as we'll see. And not just because it looks good, it goes in, too.
Here's the general. He's got 5. He's covered by Brown. Rogers backs in. Here's the general. Got a piece of it.
Your team doesn't need that mistake. You got to be efficient.
Here's Fox. Hits the 15-footer. Here's the general. He had a 39-point outing in their last game against Dallas. Here's Abdul-Rahim. Oh! A replay here. The strike slam cam showing us how it's done.
So powerful going up to the rim. You just have to step back and admire it.
You know, he can go around you or over you, whichever way he wants. Here's Brown. He dumps it off. Here's Walker. And again, it's Boston converting.
You've got to close out on that mid-range jump shot.
Now the Grizzlies with it. They trail by 3. They come into this one following the loss to the Mavericks.
I didn't think we saw a real strong outing defensively from them, Kevin. And very few teams can get away with winning, maybe a handful of games, if that, relying solely on their offense.
The shot, no good. And the Celtics go with it the other way. They're moving on after the tough loss they took at the hands of Miami.
They can't be pleased or happy with their performance at the line. They did nothing to help themselves there, and it really hurt them.
Nice job at the line, and that one falls to pick up the and one. The Grizzlies finished last season 40-42. They were number 10 in the Western Conference.
And Kevin, even though they didn't make the playoffs, it was a 16-win improvement on the prior season and their best season in the past 4 years.
Here's Brown, up high and down hard.
Oh my goodness, nobody stopped the ball. The D made that much too easy for him.
So timeout called here, the first for Memphis. First chance of the season. Making a switch here with the Celtics. Here's Brown. Here's Day. Double clutches, and he lays that one up and in.
Such a creative finish. That was an impressive move.
Here we are in November, and let's see how things are going out east in the early season. You look at Chicago. They're in second, looking to take over the first spot. And, of course, the Boston Celtics, 5.5 games away. Here's the General, 5 points in the game. He's covered by Brown, and another miss by Memphis. Smooth-looking offense right now.
And they're on a tear, Kev. Can they add to this run?
Here's Abdur-Rahim, puts too much on it.
Normally he sinks that shot. His mid-range game is excellent. He just misfired that time.
Here's Brown. The shot no good, and it's Memphis the other way. Right around 5 minutes left in the first quarter. Here's the General, covered by Wesley. Can't get it to go, so Boston will take it the other way. Takes it up. Tries to lay it in, but it doesn't go. And here are the Grizzlies now. It's a 14-point game. Here's the General. Day rips down the defensive board. Ray Allen is on the wing. 9 points in the game so far. Now the Grizzlies with it. They trail by 14. Here's the General. Kept alive. Here's Abdur-Rahim. Off target with the jump hook.
That's exactly how you have to clog the lane against a strong inside scorer.
Here's Brown. Scooped up. Here's Raja, and the one. And a jam to finish.
They've been unstoppable. What a strong start.
Here's the General. 5 points in the game. Timeout called, the Grizzlies. Here's the General. Leads him in, Rogers. And that's good on the layup.
You know, it went in, but even if it didn't, you could call getting a shot that close a successful offensive trip, a good quality look.
The General hits the reach.
That's his second.
And it's the Celtics with the ball. On the court for the Celtics. And Walker. Knocked loose. It's one-on-one. Here's Peeler. Oh! Trips it down.
Great D leads to easy offense.
20 points for him last game against the Heat in Miami. The D got there too late, and he'll go to the line. Probably the big surprise of the playoffs last year was how the Boston Celtics ended up really taking it to the Cavaliers.
You know, Kevin, it went 6 games, but you could kind of tell that the Celtics were in full control of that. The Cavs never really seriously threatened them.
Second free throw, no good. And here are the Grizzlies now. Here's Wesley. 14 points for him. Now Walker. Here's Raja. Nails the easy jumper. 7 points in the game. You know, Clark, just thinking back to that Cavs-Celtics series for just a second, Rondo was absolutely huge for them. Do you think that's when it became apparent that this is his team going on?
Oh, I think so, Kevin. I mean, he really stepped up and took ownership of this team, but you still have to give credit to the older guys, too, now. KG, Pierce, and Allen, they were all great in that series as well.
Kept alive. Here's Walker. And good that time as they score on the second chance points. And the Celtics lead by 16. Let's go to our great sideline reporter, Doris Burke, for an update. Doris?
Kevin, thank you. Well, a painful finals loss for this Celtics team last season. 2 chances to finish off the Lakers. They were ahead in Game 7 for 3.5 quarters, but couldn't get the job done. Now, with an aging roster, the question becomes whether the Celtics have what it takes to make another run. Guys, we'll see what this season holds for them.
Well, I wouldn't count them out just yet, Doris. Thank you. And it's Boston with another. Here's the General. 7 points in the game. Covered by Wesley. Here's the General. The 3, and that is good. He's got 13.
Kevin, that's just not good defense. You can't be giving players of his talent level looks like that. Come on now.
Here's Day. Kept alive. Here's Walker, and it's Boston with another.
Right now, second chance points is turning into the story of the game, which is often the case. I mean, they've done an excellent job this quarter of getting some putbacks and scoring in close.
Here's the General. Here's Peeler. Had a piece of it. Rogers. The second chance effort. Shot is off. And the Celtics go with it the other way. The Wizards on the road to face them after this game. That game marks the first half of a quick 2-game homestand. A challenging stretch here for Memphis. 17-point game. Here's Abdul-Rahim. Hits the quick shot. He's got 8.
I'm not a big fan of the fadeaway in that situation, but he drained it. Nice shot.
So the Celtics call timeout. They're first. Memphis on D. Down by 15. Here's Day on the mark with the fadeaway. And the Celtics lead by 17.
Watching a team shoot this well is fun for some fans watching at home, but it's no picnic for the guy who's coaching the defense. I mean, he's really upset with how his team is not giving the effort at that end of the floor. It's simply put, that's just bad defense.
Here's the General. Clock at 4. Puts it up. Can't get it to go. So Boston will take it the other way.
And right now, this is the story of the game, Kevin. They're absolutely dominating on the board.
So it's Memphis now. Just over 8 minutes left in the second. Covered by Wesley. And that one's good. 9 points in the game so far.
Nice bucket there. He isn't naturally quick, but he's deceptive. He kept the defense off balance and then took it to the rack.
To the right wing. The tray. Rogers is on it. And here are the Grizzlies now. Here's the General. 9 points in the game so far. Deflects the pass. The Grizzlies will hold on to it. And this is what the schedule looks like for the Boston Celtics. That'll be the latter half of this 2-game homestand. So it's Memphis now. Here's Peeler. Nails the floater. 15 points in the game.
Those floaters are difficult to hit, but he made it look easy right there.
Wesley with the ball. He's got 14. Here's Day. Can't get it to fall from downtown.
He's had some problems finding the range here in this quarter. Boy, when you run the fast break correctly, it's a thing of beauty.
Here's Wesley. Under 7 minutes left in the half. Gets rid of it. Here's Day. Again, the miss by the Celtics. So it's Memphis now. It's a 13-point game. Got that bucket in no time at all.
When he gets it going like this, you got to double team it. That's your only hope.
Now Wesley. Get it. Rogers inhales it.
Oh, and did he ever want that three as payback? Unfortunately, he couldn't return the favor.
The Grizzlies with the turnover. Here's what Memphis has lined up on their schedule. They'll be matched up against Portland. That game will be a quick pit stop before hitting the road again. Here's Wesley. Here's Walker. Dunked in off the nice assist that time.
Oh, what a great look to get it inside. That's the way to find him when he's ready to score.
Now the Grizzlies with it. Down by 12. Here's the general. Doesn't get enough under it. Under 6 minutes left in the second. Here's Wesley. Kept alive. Second chance shot. And laying it in as that one falls through. 6 points for him. Here's the general. He's got 14. Rogers backs down. It's in. He got bumped too. He'll have a chance for one more at the line.
He's been extremely active out there, and he has the stats to prove it. Terrific hustle.
Grizzlies making a switch. Mills is checked in. Then for the Celtics. Brown's checked in, and he makes the free throw.
This Celtics team came away with 17 wins against the West last year. Solid numbers against a really tough conference.
Here's Wesley with authority. Here's the general, trailing by 13. Let's go with a three. No good. So Boston will take it the other way. Earlier in the game, they had a 19-point lead. That record Clark Boston had against the West, you mentioned those numbers were actually down 4 from a year ago for the Celts.
Yeah, but across the board, they had a bit of a down year overall. It's hard to stay around 60-plus wins like they did, so you can't really blame them for that.
Here's Brown. Here's Raja. Caps the break with the nasty stuff. That gives him a double-double, 11 points and 10 rebounds.
That's right, fella. Don't be afraid to power it down.
Yeah, Clark, a good camper at the end of that play. Here we are in November. Let's see how things are shaking out in the West early in the season. Right now, they're off to a fast start. First place in the conference. And, of course, the Grizzlies. They just haven't had the type of record they've wanted. And here are the Grizzlies with it. 17-point game. When this game is done, they'll be off to Orlando, and they'll take on the Magic. Here's the general. And again, Memphis no good. Boston dictating the flow. They lead by 17.
They're controlling and dictating the tempo, and that's exactly what you want to do.
Here's the general. 14 points for him. Inside, it's tipped.
I think this quarter particularly, we're seeing them having trouble keeping possession of the ball. Far, far too many turnovers right now.
Shot's good by Wesley. Here's the general. Right around 4 minutes left in the half. Abdur Rahim backs him down. To stop the run, that's good. He's got 10.
You know, I really like that sense of urgency they're showing in this second quarter. That's impressive. That's what you want to see. They were a little lethargic coming into the game.
Here's Brown. Here's Fox. Scooped up. Second shot opportunity. Goes up again. Shot's good by Walker. And the Celtics lead by 21.
Boy, this is fun to watch. This guy is putting on a show right now. He's making it look really easy.
Here's the general, covered by Wesley. Excellent D there from Allen.
The thrill is gone, and so is his offense. He's not making anything.
Fox, covered by Mills. It's blocked. And here are the Grizzlies now. Here's the general. The baseline J off target. Here are the Celtics with the ball. They're on a 16-5 run here. From 17 feet out. Kept alive. Here's Walker. Blocked. Here are the Grizzlies with the ball. And that one's good. He's got 16.
Beautiful, beautiful pass. Well executed there.
Boston dictating the flow. They have a 19-point lead. And here is Brown. Here's Fox. Again, the miss by the Celtics.
It's not been a day to remember, but if they get the win, I'm sure being the team player that he is, he'll be fine. It's a great look ahead up court to set up the easy, fast break finish.
Here's Brown. Denial. So it's Memphis now, trailing by 17. Here's Mills. Can't connect on the quick shot.
When you settle for that kind of shot, that's a wasted possession. That is not a high percentage look.
Here's Fox. Scooped up. Walker backs in. Another shot. The putback is good. He's got 14.
Just hustle points right there. He got into great position and made the most of the second chance.
Clarkie's showing us those soft hands.
Boy, he earned that opportunity.
And that one's good. He's got 20. 15 in this quarter alone. Here's Brown. He dishes it. Behind the arc. Gets it to go. And the Celtics lead by 20.
They're going for the jugular with the lead here. I mean, they've increased the number of outside shot attempts. They're looking to bury him with the three.
Can't get it to go. And the Celtics go with it the other way. From 20 feet out. And again, it's Boston converting. Here's the general. 20 points for him. To the paint. So both teams changing it up here. So it's Memphis now. Peeler. Scooped up. Cans it from in close. He's got 7.
Snares the offensive rebound, then sends it home.
The general in at shooting guard. And Anthony. That's the lineup out there for the Grizzlies. Number 11, covered by Anthony. Number 11, can't hit the three-pointer. And here are the Grizzlies with it.
He made sure to get a little extra hang time there, just to rub it in the defender's face a bit.
Look out below. I wasn't sure he was ever going to come down. And here are the Celtics now. It's an 18-point. Oh!
It's the old reversal. That was something else, wasn't it, Kev?
All a defender can do, Clark, is hope the photographer didn't get him in the picture.
I think he was posterized.
Here's the general. Excellent D there from Allen. Here's Raja. Throws it down.
Beautiful pass there to find his man streaking up court.
So it's Memphis now. Here's the general. Answers right back with the dunk of his own.
He can get up there like he owns that rim.
Taking things into his own hands. You're right on that one. Fox backs down with the fadeaway. And again, it's Boston converting. Here's Anthony. Under 7 minutes left in the third quarter. Here's the general. Arcs it high. It's vertical. Rips down the breakaway slam.
Plays like that are what makes this league so great. He's a special player.
I don't care if you're a fan of another team. You have to admire someone, Clark, who can make those types of plays. With the floater. And closing the shot, even with the foul. Now the 2 free throws. Ray Allen picks one up, and the first one drops. Clark, you know, there's been some talk recently that there's a shakeup coming for the Basketball Hall of Fame. You think that's welcome news?
I think so. You always have to look at any type of process involving voting.
And it had been secretive, and there had been some controversy about omission, so it's always good to try to fine-tune the voting process.
And it's the Celtics with the ball. Misfires on the corner three.
He's trying to get it going from outside.
Passes it back. Wesley against Anthony. With the teardrop, and that one barely misses as he draws contact. 2 free throws coming up. The first one falls. He hits one, then misses the second attempt from the free throw line. And here's Boston. Number 11 buries the triple.
Kevin, this guy keeps constant pressure on the defense whenever he has the ball. He's a good decision maker, he can score it, and he's also a terrific passer. He seems to always make the right decision with the ball.
And here are the Grizzlies now, following the three-pointer by Boston. That's good. He's got 9.
When you get a hot hand like him, it's real simple. You need to keep going with it.
Time called here. The Celtics decide to talk it over. Both teams deciding to change it up. Here's Brown. 12 points for him. And there's the dunk.
Well, he's lighting it up, and that surprises no one. This guy is just a dynamite scorer.
And here are the Grizzlies now. Here's the General. 27 points for him. Leads him with the pass. Here's the General. He's covered by Brown. 3 on the clock. Here's the General. Nets it from the wing. He's got 29 points.
Boy, sharing the sugar, spreading the wealth, that's a good team effort. Looks like they switched to man D here.
Here's Fox. Kept alive. Back to Brown. Jacks up the triple. Scooped up. Shot's good by Walker.
No one really contested him at the basket that time, Kevin. He's just too good in there to leave the door open for.
Baseline jumper. No good. So Boston will take it the other way. The break is on. Goes up. And jammed in for 2 good eyes and hands there. Set it up. He's shooting 10% from downtown.
Beautiful delivery with the bounce pass. He kept it away from the defense, which set up the shot perfectly.
Mills with it for 3. Walker gets the board inside.
I really don't know what to say. Maybe he was just too wide open. A pretty finish right there, Kevin. Take it up and then throw that thing down.
He didn't have to make it special, just get the job done.
That's right, keep it simple.
Here's the General. He's got 29 points. Here's Fox. Oh!
Excellent defense, and the steal earns him a quick bucket in transition.
Now the Grizzlies with it. Dives for it. Number 21. A foul called, and he earns a trip to the line.
Taking 2 shots. ABC.
First free throw is good. And a new group in for the Celtics. And he can't hit the second. And here are the Celtics now. The emphatic jam.
Boy, what a tough competitor, partner. He's still contributing, even with the injury.
And here are the Grizzlies with it. Here's the General. Rogers sets a pick. Here's the General, and it falls freed up off the pick. He's got 31.
Nice screen to set up the J. Excellent offensive execution right there.
Number 11. It's good from beyond the arc. He's got 8. Here's the general. He has 31. The baseline J, and that's good for 2. And it's the Celtics with the ball. The general is tagged with the reach. That's his 3rd foul of the game.
Fouled him to prevent the easy basket. He'll have to earn it at the line.
And the Grizzlies making a change here. Memphis on D. Number 11. And again, it's Boston converting.
Right now, he's just too good, Kevin. Way too good. They need to bring a second defender and try to make him give up the ball.
From the wing. Can't get it to go. So Boston will take it the other way. 1:48 left in the 3rd. Fades back. Takes it up. Got a hand on it. And here's Mills. Here's the general. Oh, might have had a 3-point play, but he couldn't power it down. He'll shoot 2.
2 shots.
That free throw missing. And he's good on the second. And it's the Celtics with the ball. Back to Williams. Number 34 misses the train. And here are the Grizzlies now. And here's Mills. Too much mustard on that one.
You've got to expect more out of him here. He's had a lot of difficulty this quarter, which in turn is making it difficult for them to cut into this deficit at all.
Watch outside.
Number 9 kept alive. Number 53 misses the layup.
Well, the defense put pressure on him, and frankly, he'll miss some of those even when he's wide open. He tried to air it out. Bad pass there.
Hey, right here, right here.
Outside Williams.
Come on, man. Box him up.
Deflected.
He got too casual with the ball there, and it led to a steal.
Here's the general. And Memphis turns it over.
The pass got away from him. A missed opportunity.
Celtics substituting.
And here are the Celtics now. Number 34. So a blowout here as the buzzer ends at the end of 3. Back in a moment from Memphis.
109.
Now, while we've got a moment, we're going to send it over to Doris Burke for our Spark of the Game, presented by Sprite. Doris?
Hey, Kevin. Well, our spark of the game goes to the Celtics in this one. They've made the most of their chances and are making their own luck, gentlemen.
And thank you, Doris. And a new group in for the Celtics. And here are the Celtics now. So far in the 4th quarter, they've allowed just 6 points.
Great execution on the inbounds play, and they get the basket.
On the floor for Boston. And Walker. Round down low. Oh!
That's the way to make sure. Throw that thing down with 2 hands for the monster jam.
What a sight it is to see when he hammers it home like that.
Exactly what it was, a tomahawk hammer. Oof.
No good, and they don't get the three-point play. Clark, talk about life on the road for an NBA player. The highs, and certainly there are a lot of lows.
Yeah, there are certainly some highs. I mean, just being in the NBA, having a chance to travel around and do something you love doing and that you're good at. The lows, I mean, you miss your family, your friends. If you're a married guy and you have family, that's tough when you're away from home. And then there are distractions out there, a lot of them.
Again, the miss by the Celtics.
Again and again, here he is launching away from deep with not anything to show for it. He's got to stop settling for the outside shot and get it to the rim.
Tries to keep it alive. And Memphis comes up with it.
And you look at what they've done, or rather what they haven't done, it's hold on to the ball. They've had 4 turnovers already this quarter.
Robinson picks him up. Off the screen. Brown, good. Clark, and this can't continue to be the story for them. You can't convert if you're handing over the ball.
Well, without question, Kevin, you're exactly right. They've had a tough time getting into their offensive flow here because they've turned it over too much.
Here's the general following the bucket by the Celtics. Right around 6 minutes left to the fourth. Down low, Williams. Here's the general. Robinson against Brown. With the shot. Robinson misses.
The defense read the scouting report, and they're going to sag off of him. He's just not a... Good execution on the break leads to the nice bucket.
Here's the general. He's covered by Brown. Here's the general. Pass to Williams. Shot clock at 5. Shoots a 3. Lynch commits the loose ball foul. That's foul number 2 for him.
Here in the early going, fouls continue to be a problem. They're having trouble in that area.
So both teams making some changes here. And here are the Celtics now.
Come on, man, box him up.
3 on the clock. Number 11. He's off from 3.
For a guy his size, he grabs a lot of rebounds, and this game's been no exception. That was vicious. I mean, real vicious. He hung on the rim just to say, you realize this is my basket, don't you?
Yeah, that is a nice finishing touch, Clark.
You think he bent the rim there, Kevin?
I think he did, sure. Look at it. And here are the Celtics now, following the score by Memphis.
That's all you.
Outside, Williams takes a 3. Shot's good.
The defense has to know what's coming here. They've got to get to the shooters. I mean, it's that simple. Get out to the shooters and challenge the shot.
Here's the general. Steps back and fires, and that one's good. He has 40.
They say the mid-range game is becoming a lost art in the NBA, but you certainly couldn't tell it from watching that play. What a sweet stroke. Boy, these guys have a terrific feel for each other. You have to in order to make plays like that.
Don't you think you can tell that they love being on the court together?
Boy, they're having a good time.
Here's the general. About 3.5 minutes left in the game. Oh, he's bumped by the D, and he'll go to the line.
2 shots.
That free throw, no good. Good on the second free throw. And it's the Celtics with the ball. Number 53. Rogers grabs the rebound inside.
Well, he doesn't have the softest touch. And with the D right in his face, that made all the difference.
And another miss by Memphis. Number 30 hits the elbow jumper. Here's the general. 2:44 left in the fourth. From 17 feet out. Jump shot is good that time. And he has 42.
Well, I tell you what, it's not a good sign for the defense if he's getting off.
Number 11. And he's able to score the bucket. Foul called by the official. So one free throw for him right here. Making a switch here are the Celtics. Brown's checked in. And no problem at the line here for the three-point play. Here's the general. Leads him in. Shot's good by Mills.
That's a good example of excellent communication. The nice lead pass led his teammate right to the rim for the basket.
Day covered by Mills. Here's Day. It's blocked. They recover it. Another block. So it's Memphis now. The three ball. Brown snatches it inside. 1:44 left in the game.
Get the perimeter.
Number 30 drops it in from 12 feet.
Way to close out an opponent. Kevin, I think we're done here.
Here's the general. Here's Abdur-Rahim, and the Grizzlies tack on two more.
When he gets it going like this, you've got to double team it. That's your only hope.
Day covered by Mills. Here's Day, and it's Boston with another.
He's really been efficient in the quarter so far. I love the way he's looking for his offense.
Here's the general.
They needed this run sooner. I don't think they have enough time left to stage a comeback now.
And it's the Celtics with the ball. 45 seconds left to the fourth. Number 11 kept alive.
They're leading by double digits, and I'd say this game is essentially done.
So it's Memphis now.
Less than a minute remaining now. Looks like this one's all but done, Kev.
Here's the general. From deep. Number 53 corrals the miss inside.
Zero wins so far on this latest homestand has to be tough to swallow. How are you feeling about the team's performance lately and the inability to take games on your home court?
It was just pathetic, man, just pathetic. We can't be losing games this much at home. The only thing I can say is that the ball is going to be in my hands a lot more next game. I got to do something drastic to make sure we put up a fight here in our own backyard. You know what I'm saying?
A bit of bad news, my man. Coach isn't going to let you call your own plays on offense anymore. It's not clear why he brought this change about, but I don't think it has to be a permanent decision. Get your stats, and most importantly, get your teammates involved, and I have no doubt Coach will be begging you to take over the reins again on the floor.
The General looking sharp as he arrived at the arena. The San Antonio Spurs come into a Western Conference contest in this game. And you really don't want to face the week ahead without our fine Sunday night broadcast. Welcome, everyone. This is Kevin Hart. They've come out of the gate strong and are off to a terrific start.
Kevin, this is really a great team. I mean, I wouldn't put it past them to continue to play at this very high level. I mean, that's the makeup of this squad. Good character, tremendous talent, well coached, I mean, they very well could continue to play good basketball.
So with Wilkins on the bench, here's how the floor looks for Greg Popovich and Robinson. And for the Sonics, they've got Gary Payton, Perkins out there with Schrempf, then it's Hersey Hawkins and Kemp. So the Sonics win the tip. The Spurs making a switch here. Let's go quickly over to Doris Burke for an update.
Kevin, Greg Popovich and I got a chance to talk for a bit. One of the most important things he wants his team to do defensively in this game is to maintain pressure on them on the perimeter and not allow them to get into any rhythm or flow in their long-range shooting game. We'll see how disruptive they are, Kevin.
Thank you, Doris. Devising a strategy, Clark, to take away that three-point shot.
Yeah, I think it's an important part of your defensive game plan because teams nowadays are just too good to not defend them from behind the three-point line.
No good, and they don't get the three-point play. These Spurs struggled a little bit out of the gates last season.
And that can be expected, Kevin. I mean, a veteran team, they understand how they have to pace themselves into the season, so they won't go full speed out of the gate typically.
Now here's Johnson. Now Payton defending. Johnson, the pass to Robinson. Number 15. And good off the glass as he lays it in.
That's too easy. The D's got to get to him about 8 feet further out.
Seattle with the ball. Trailing by 2. Fresh from a win against Portland.
One of the big things was, I think, their ability to drain the long ball. They took smart shots, found the opportunities when they were there, and I really think that was the biggest difference. They took advantage of what was there.
Here's Kemp, and once again off the mark by Seattle. Johnson outside. Pass to Robinson. Tipped. Back to Johnson. And another basket for San Antonio. Here's the General. Last time out he had 44 points. And it's Johnson picking him up. Here's Payton. Here's Kemp. Stuffed. Spurs leading by 4. Johnson outside. Number 15. Kemp with the rebound. Kemp with it. And he slams it home. Here's the replay on this right slam Kemp.
Good execution on the break leads to the nice bucket.
And it's the Spurs with the ball, coming off that loss against Philadelphia.
I don't think they brought the kind of intensity they needed to. They had a slow offense and really were a non-factor on defense.
Maxwell kept alive. Nice shot by Smith. Smith's got his second basket of the night.
Snares the offensive rebound, then sends it home.
Here's the General. Pass to Payton.
Well, again, 3 turnovers already. The coach has to make a point to them that they need to take better care of the ball. Handle it like you want it.
And it's the Spurs with the ball. Robinson backs in. Throws it up. Nails the easy jumper. Robinson's got his second basket of the game. Here's the General. About 6.5 minutes left in the first. He's guarded by Johnson. Here's the General. And great assist as he lays that one in.
You know, that's a good job of getting the ball down low like that. I mean, those are hard to stop from that range.
Johnson outside. Pass to Robinson. Kemp's there. Shoots it. And it's San Antonio with another.
He makes such intelligent plays with the basketball. Always aware, always a threat to score.
Sonics trail by 6. And here's Hawkins. He really was a guy also who stepped up in that win against the Blazers. Over Robinson, and it's the Spurs ball. They're on a 12-4 run. Johnson outside. Smith in the posts, and that's good, laying it in. Smith's got 6.
What an acrobatic finish. I love the dunk, but you got to give it up for that kind of layup.
Here is Kemp, guarded by Robinson. And good with the shot. And the whistle blows for the contact and a chance for one more. And he makes the free throw. This Spurs team was swept by Phoenix last postseason. First time in the Duncan era they lost to the Suns, Clark, in a postseason series.
And you could almost see it coming, Kevin. I mean, Phoenix was firing on all cylinders, and the Spurs appeared to be a little worn out and not quite able to handle that high-octane efficiency of the Suns.
Now here's Johnson, number 15. Off the mark from 3.
You know, the defense sagged off on him, but he still wasn't able to drop the 3. You won't get too many good looks like that.
And the basket by Schrempf.
Good job of leading his man right to the rim for the bucket.
Spurs leading by 3. Johnson outside. And almost gets it to go, so he'll shoot 2 here.
Looked like a good call from here where I sit. Definitely some contact on that shot.
The first one falls. And so he hits both. Here's the general. About 4.5 minutes left in the first quarter. Now Kemp. Deflects the pass. Here we are in November. Let's see how things are shaking out in the West early in the season. Long way to go still in the season, but even so, they've got the top spot. And of course, there's the Spurs. They're 5 spots away. Here's the general. Outside Kemp. 4 on the clock. And San Antonio turns it over. One of... Now Sprite slam cam to replay that one.
The steal led to an easy bucket in transition. That's a nice sequence.
And the first time out of the game called for Seattle.
Okay, Sonics fans, special guest of the court, back from retirement, your very own Squash. Give it up, Seattle. There we go, fans. Your Sonics dance.
Here's the general. Schrempf with it. Johnson over to help. Here's the general, and it's Seattle with another.
Right now, he's just too good, Kevin. Way too good. They need to bring a second defender and try to make him give up the ball.
Now here's Johnson. He's guarded closely. Kemp against Robinson. Goes up, and he drops it in on the layup. Robinson's got 10.
And right now, Kevin, they're getting everything they want and sending a message while they're doing it.
To the inside, the general, and 2 free throws coming up as the whistle blows. He barely missed that one. First one falls for him. That's also good, so he hits both free throws. And it's the Spurs with the ball. It's a 5-point game. Here's Johnson, sent away with authority. Sonics trail by 5. Payton kicks to Kemp and finished off with a 2-hand slam.
I tell you what, Kevin, both teams have been on a tear. This could be a very high-scoring game.
Here's Johnson. Right around, 3 minutes left in the first. And no good, but close on that one, so he'll shoot 2. It's going to be on Gary Payton.
Tough interior defense means not allowing easy baskets. Good foul.
First free throw is good. And the Spurs making a change here. And he can't hit the second.
Had a miss on that trip, but still made this a 2-possession lead.
And look at how he posed on the rim for a few seconds after that one. That's never going to endear you to your opponents. They don't like that kind of stuff.
No, he was enjoying that one so much he didn't want to let go.
Yeah, I think he was throwing salt in the wound, though.
And it's the Spurs with the ball. Pass to Robinson. He's against Kemp. Lets loose for three. Rebounded by Kemp. The Sonics trailing. Here's the general, and it's tied up. He's got 12.
That's exactly the way you practice it. Hit the open man for the great look.
And it's the Spurs with the ball. Time called here. The Spurs decide to talk it over. Let's go to our great sideline reporter, Doris Burke, for an update. Doris?
Well, Kevin, as you know, the Spurs got off to a slow start last season, and that's something we had seen from them before. But according to Coach Greg Popovich, this time it was a little bit different. He pointed to the adjustment of teaching new players a system, saying, "We lost a bit more corporate knowledge than I had thought. It's taken more time than I expected to get everybody back on the same page." And guys, as the Spurs continue to refresh the deck, that's going to continue to be a challenge for them.
Doris, thank you for that.
You know, it's never easy when you have a bunch of older vets mixed in with a bunch of first and second year guys. That dynamic is a real challenge for a team.
Sonics on D, and out of bounds as the Sonics gain possession.
The line's there for a reason, young fella. Stay in the game.
Here's the general. He's got 12. Now Hawkins. Here's the general. It bounces out of bounds after the shot.
Spurs ball.
Here's Johnson. 5 points in the game. Through contact and a whistle, and he'll go to the line. Well, the grimace of pain tells it all. He's hurt, and let's hope he's okay.
Kevin, this is certainly one aspect of the game that you never want to see. Hopefully the injury's not too severe, and he'll be able to return to action soon.
The Spurs making a switch here. And the first one drops. Both shots good from the stripe. Here's the general. 1:47 left in the first quarter. And here's Hawkins. Takes it up. And Payton gets it to go on the assist by Hawkins. Payton's got his first 2 points of the night. And so here is San Antonio. Takes a three. The shot is off. And Seattle will go the other way with it.
I did not see that coming. He's one of the last guys you'd expect to flush it.
Let's be nice here, Clark. He looked pretty darn good on that one.
I'll agree.
And so here is San Antonio. Trailing by 2. Got a piece of it. Number 15, covered by Payton. Good. He's got 6. Here's the general. He's got 14. It's blocked. And the Sonics making a change right here. So San Antonio going with an almost entirely new group here. Here's the general. Here is Hawkins. Hands in the air. Fight gets the board inside.
He tried to add a little flavor to that one. Maybe was thinking about the highlight reel, but then he missed the shot.
A moment for the Gatorade injury report.
Kevin, I caught up with the head athletic trainer for the San Antonio Spurs, Will Sevening. He told me it's a strained muscle in his abdomen, and he's in a lot of pain. Losing a player of his stature for any length of time when the season is still young will make things very hard for this team. Kevin?
Doris, thanks for the update. Clark, what do you make of this?
Well, what's done is done, Kevin. Someone else has to come in and step up.
On the court right now for the Spurs, we've got Dominic Wilkins and Williams.
Dominic Wilkins. That's his first personal foul, first team foul. Versus Hawkins. Shooting 2.
That free throw missing. He hits the second from the line. Here's Wilkins. Just over 6 minutes left in the second. It's tipped. Shoots. And it's San Antonio with another. Here's the general. He's got 14. It's 2-on-1. Up ahead, here's Anderson. Caps the break with the nasty stuff.
That's right, fella. Don't be afraid to power it down.
Yeah, Clark, a good capper at the end of that play. Here's the general. And closing the shot, even with the foul. Now the 2 free throws. They'll be playing the Celtics, and that'll be the first of a 2-game road trip for them. And that one misses. So neither attempt will fall that time for him. And it's the Spurs ball. For 3. And that one's good. 13 points in the game. Time called here. The Sonics decide to talk it over. Here's the general. Can they get it? Kept alive. And once again off the mark by Seattle. Spurs leading by 4. Outside Wilkins. Over Hawkins. Wilkins can't get it to go.
In the best of circumstances, that's going to be a tough shot for him. And that was not the best of circumstances. Beautiful pass there to find his man streaking up court.
And so here is San Antonio. Here's Williams on target with that J from the line. Williams has got his first basket of the night. Time called here. The Sonics decide to talk it over. Sam Perkins, he's checked in for Seattle. The Spurs making a switch here. Here's the general. 16 points for him. Now Perkins. Kemp with it. Guarded by Robinson. Here's the general. And here's Perkins.
Again, another turnover for him. He needs to do a better job of knowing where the defense is.
Can't lay it in to finish the break. Sonics trail by 4. Kemp with it. He has 7. Here is Schrempf. He's off from 3. About 3.5 minutes left in the half. Maxwell, Schrempf covering. Pass to Robinson. Baseline jumper. Good on the jump shot. Robinson's got 12 points in the game.
When he gets it going like this, you've got to double team it. That's your only hope.
Here's Perkins. Scooped up. Kemp kicks to Hawkins. Buries it. And so here is San Antonio. They lead by 4. Back to Robinson. He's against Kemp. From the right block. And it's San Antonio with another.
He's really one of the big reasons why they have the lead now. He's playing an extremely efficient game. It's fun to watch.
Lets it go from the wing. Rebounded. And the basket by Schrempf. 8 points for him.
Despite his play, which has been stellar, they still find themselves on the short end of the scoreboard here. Someone else is going to have to help him out and step up.
And so here is San Antonio. From downtown, Perkins pulls it in.
It's not been a day to remember, but if they get the win, I'm sure being the team player that he is, he'll be fine. Unbelievable shot there. He busted out the trick release and left the defender dazed and confused.
Smith. Number 15. The shot misses. And as the Sonics taking it the other way. For the alley-oop. The shot by Hawkins, no good.
Oh, nice idea there. I think he lost his grip at the finish.
Here's Maxwell. San Antonio again missing.
Kevin, you know I love that. Finishing strong.
For a backcourt player, Clark, he looks right at home, driving to the hoop. And so here is San Antonio. Time called here. The Spurs decide to talk it over. Both teams deciding to change it up. Here's Robinson. He's got 14. Here's Elliott. No luck on the three-point attempt.
Well, you know, it hasn't been much of a contest under the boards, Kevin. They're pulling them all down. They're controlling that area of the game.
Pass to Robinson. And he makes it look so easy, laying it right in. Robinson's got 16 points. The Sonics trailing. Here's Cummings. Williams pulls it in. Here's San Antonio now. Now Robinson. The baseline J kept alive. Here's Smith. Hits the jump hook. He's got 8.
You know, the defense will want to muck it up a little more inside to not give up close shots like that one.
Stewart, he's guarded by Williams. Here's Stewart. The shot, no good. Now San Antonio the other way. 24 seconds left in the second.
And you look at what they've done, or rather what they haven't done, it's hold on to the ball. They've had 4 turnovers already this quarter.
Here's the general. Hoop plus the hard. He would not be denied, and he'll have a chance to make it a three-point play.
Uh-oh. A little bit of a statement made there while he hung on the rim.
That's one way to make sure the whole building knows exactly what you just did. And no problem at the line here for the three-point play. Here's Elliott, and there's the dunk.
That's a nice finish in transition, partner. That's exactly how you run the break.
Here's the general, and the first half is now in the books. We'll be right back from here in Seattle.
Thanks for tuning in to the Sunday night edition of HP at the Half. San Antonio on top against Seattle. They're just looking to keep heading in the winning direction that they've already charted out so far. And on the other side, Seattle just keeps scrapping. They're getting a ton of points from their bench players, a big injection of energy. All-around great effort by Sean Kemp. At the break, 7 points, has been stellar in both rebounding and defense as well. These two have both turned in some great first-half basketball, and both in line for big games if they keep it up. And now we send you back to the game. We'll see you next time.
And the Spurs making a change here. Spurs leading by 5. The General, he's in at point guard. There with Perkins, Bennett, Schrempf, and Payton. That's the lineup out there for the Sonics. Here's Maxwell. Once again off the mark by San Antonio. Here's the General. Here's Kemp, and smashed down.
Boy, it's a thing of beauty to watch him just rise up and put it down.
Clark, doesn't it look like he's always having fun out there?
Yeah, he's having a party. I mean, they might need to stock a spare backboard when this guy comes to town.
And so here is San Antonio. Number 15. Scooped up. Smith right side. Second shot opportunity. Great anticipation. Sonics trail by 3. Payton outside. Here's the General. He's got 23. Kemp inside.
The closer in you get, the more they'll reach in for the pilfer. You got to protect the rock.
Here's Robinson on the mark from 16 feet out. Robinson's got 22. And it's the Sonics with the ball, trailing by 5. They'll be off next to Utah for a meeting with the Jazz. That will be a getaway game for them, a 1-game road trip. And there's the 3-second violation. And a quick look now at how San Antonio's schedule is shaping up. They'll be playing host to Chicago for their next game. That game is the first and last of their homestand. Spurs leading by 5. Deflected. Sonics on D. Their defense has only allowed 6 points in the second half. Here's Elliott. Nets it from the wing. 5 points in the game. Here's the General. About 8.5 minutes left in the third. Perkins with it. Leads him with the pass. The General. Let's go with a 3. Kept alive. Robinson against Perkins. Kemp against Smith. 4 on the clock. Here's the General. And oh, that was close. He draws the foul. He'll shoot 2. The first one falls. And the Spurs making a change here. And that one goes in. 2 from the line that time. And it's the Spurs with the ball. It's a 5-point game. Number 15. And yep, that falls and the foul is called. We'll see him shoot 1 from the free throw line.
That's his third person. The team scores. Shooting 1. ABC.
Nice job at the line, and that one falls to pick up the and 1. Here's the General. He's got 25. And here's Hawkins. Number 15 backs him down. And it's San Antonio with another.
These guys are putting on a clinic. They're playing with confidence, and their offense is really flowing.
Time called here. The Sonics decide to talk it over.
And now, introducing your dance team. There we go, fans. Your Sonics dance team.
Here's the general. Here's Perkins. The Sonics again can't hit.
You got to expect more out of him here. He's had a lot of difficulty this quarter, which in turn is making it difficult for them to cut into this deficit at all.
Here's Hawkins. Arcs it high. Not this time. Just over 7 minutes left in the third quarter. Wilkins backing him down. And it's San Antonio with another.
Oh, what a great look to get it inside. That's the way to find him when he's ready to score.
And here's Perkins. He's got 6. It's stolen by Wilkins.
He got too casual with the ball there, and it led to a steal.
With the fadeaway, and it's San Antonio with another.
No answers on D. They can't do anything to stop him.
Seattle calls timeout. Here's the general. Just over 6 minutes left in the third. Here's Cummings. Buries the short-range shot.
Kicked it to the right guy at the right time. That's a good pass.
Here are the Spurs with the ball. They're on a 13-4 run. Outside Wilkins. He dumps it off. Here's Elliott, and he nails the triple. He's got 8.
Right now, they're getting the long ball to fall for him. I mean, they didn't have the same success they had earlier in the first half, but they stuck with it, stayed persistent in what they do, and now it's starting to pay off.
Really not enough defensive pressure there to force that miss. He's got to be disappointed.
Schrempf against Wilkins. The shot no good, and Seattle will go the other way with it.
It's a great look ahead up court to set up the easy, fast break finish.
Here's Wilkins. 6 points for him. Here's Smith. And that one barely misses as he draws contact. 2 free throws coming up. The 82-game grind of the regular season, always an endurance contest for NBA players.
I like what Shane Battier said.
And it's the Spurs with the ball. The biggest lead of the game, 15 points. Here's Williams, kept alive. Here's Robinson, and good, they convert on the second chance. Robinson's got 28.
You have to block this guy out, Kevin. He's just too active on the boards to be left alone.
Here's how the floor looks for Greg Popovich. And Smith. Here's Payton, knocks it down from 19 feet. And Clark, with regard to the grind of the season, David Stern suggested keeping the same number of games but reducing the wear and tear by setting minutes caps for players, so you have to use your bench more.
No, I think that's way out there. I would go back to what Shane Battier said about reducing the number of games so it would be easier on the season ticket holders. If you cut down the home games from, say, 41 to, Battier said 29, that certainly would allow people to have their money go farther.
Here's the general. Shaq's up a 3. No good. Now San Antonio the other way. Right side, Williams. Fires the three. Scooped up. Here's Smith. Hits the layup after the sweet pump fake to freeze the D. And the Spurs lead by 12. One thing we've seen from these guys is excellent ball movement.
And I love the unselfishness. It's a joy to watch.
From the wing, and another basket for Seattle.
You've got to close out on that mid-range jump shot.
Williams against Schrempf. Pass to Robinson. Payton on the double team. Here's Elliott. Off target for three. And here are the Sonics, trailing by 10.
Plays like that are what makes this league so great. He's a special player.
I don't care if you're a fan of another team. You have to admire someone, Clark, who can make those types of plays. Jacks up the triple. Then left Schrempf comes up with the rebound. Sonics trail by 8. Williams picks him up. Here's Payton. Blocked.
He's been AWOL this quarter. When his team is down and in need of some scoring from him, he hasn't shown up.
Here's Williams. Gets it to rattle in. Williams has got his second bucket of the night. Here's the general. Kemp against Smith. Here's the general. Shot is no good. Now San Antonio the other way. With the teardrop. Stolen away to Robinson. Laid in with the D draped all over him. Robinson's got 30 points. Time called here. The Sonics decide to talk it over. Let's catch up with Doris from the sideline.
Hey, Kevin, I got a chance to hear what George Karl was saying to the team. He was clearly fuming. He told them, "You guys look like you're sleepwalking out there." He said, "I don't know if you rolled out of the wrong side of the bed this morning or what, but we've got to step up and wake up. Guys?"
Thanks again, Doris. So it's both teams making substitutions here. Payton can't get it to go.
Well, he's had a tough time shooting the ball today. His percentage has been way down compared to what he normally does. I think that's a big reason that they're down. His agility and soft touch really paid off there. Not many players could have laid that in.
Now Schrempf. Fades back. Robinson pulls it in.
He's got to break out of this slump if his team wants a chance to win. They're showing no mercy. This lead just keeps on growing.
Seattle calls timeout. Here's Payton. About 7.5 minutes left to the fourth. Tries to save it. Wilkins picks him up. Will it go? Can't get it to go. Now San Antonio the other way. Here's Maxwell, up high and down hard.
Excellent anticipation there, Kev. He placed that pass perfectly.
This Sonic squad really struggling. It's an 18-point game. Here's Cummings, kept alive. Here's Stewart. Wilkins with the defensive effort.
They can't seem to put the brakes on this run. They desperately need to jumpstart their offense, and soon.
Baseline jumper. It's blocked. Seattle with the ball. They trail by 18. Here's the general. Payton right side.
He just lost another one, Kevin. I mean, he's really having a difficult time seeing the defense here.
Payton and the rebound handled. Now here are the Sonics. Number 15, covered by Payton. Pass to Wilkins. He dishes it. Here's Anderson. Connects on the baseline jumper. And the Spurs lead by 20.
Well, that's a little bit of the European style of play there. When your bigs can hit the mid-range jumper, it can really open things up for everybody else.
Wilkins gets the rebound. goes up. Heil drives it in to finish the break.
Right now, he's just too good, Kevin. Way too good. They need to bring a second defender and try to make him give up the ball.
Here's the general to end the drought. That one is good on the lay-in. 33 points for him.
Good pick there to set up the layup. That's textbook offensive execution.
Number 15, covered by Peyton.
Not a single turnover in the first half for him, Kevin, but that ball control he had seems to have slipped away since halftime.
And so here is San Antonio. 22 is their biggest lead.
I think this quarter particularly, we're seeing them having trouble keeping possession of the ball. Far, far too many turnovers right now.
Smooth sailing for San Antonio. It's an 18-point lead. Number 15, covered by Peyton. Wilkins, that's good.
Well, he's playing a well-rounded game, and he's really helped them in a number of ways.
Stewart backs down. Here's the general, and he gets it to go. They call the foul. He'll get a chance to make it 3.
Well, they're trailing here, but you got to admire how hard they're playing. I mean, that kind of effort is a winning effort. They're working the ball inside and trying to do what they can to get back in it.
The Spurs making a switch here. And Wilkins slams it in.
He has the ability to turn every dunk into something special. And that's exactly what he did.
Well, even when you're winning.
Shooting for San Antonio, Dominic Wilkins.
Having just played your first game with this team, how does it feel playing with this group of guys?
Oh, it felt great. I just need to settle in and find my role within this team. This team has some guys who know how to win. You know, I look forward to getting to know them better and putting some W's on the board.
Remember when I recently told you that management will be approaching you about what players they should be targeting in the trade market? Well, that time is here, my man. Like I said last time, give them realistic targets. Here's what you need to do. Select up to 5 players that you want the team to go after. Press start when you're done, and Team Brass will start working immediately on putting together some trade offers. Remember when I recently told you that management will be approaching you about what players they should be targeting in the trade market? Well, that time is here, my man. Like I said last time, give them realistic targets. Here's what you need to do. Select up to 5 players that you want the team to go after. Press start when you're done, and Team Brass will start working immediately on putting together some trade offers.
The crowd is assembled at Energy Solutions Arena looking for a Utah Jazz victory here in Salt Lake, and we've got it for you on 2K Sports. With Clark Kellogg doing the analysis, this is Kevin Harlan for 2K Sports in our broadcast of the NBA. Let's check out Seattle's starting lineup. Gary Payton is out there with Hersey Hawkins, Bennett Schrempf, then there's Shawn Kemp and Perkins. And for Utah, Hayward out there with Malone. Then there's John Stockton, and it's Brian Russell and Anderson. And it's going to be the Jazz off the tip. Right. Sonics making a switch here. Here is Stockton. He had a 12-point outing in their last game against Charlotte. Gets the bucket.
Great pick there. The defender was stopped in his track, and it freed up the easy basket.
Here is Schrempf. Russell grabs the board. Under 8 minutes left in the first. Stockton with it. Right now averaging 17 points a game. Carr sets a pick. Over Kemp. The Sonics trailing. They couldn't put the pieces together, losing that last matchup with San Antonio.
Well, they just never seem to get on track. They struggled to get into their usual groove. I mean, it seemed like they were disjointed and off balance and tentative all game long.
Here is Stockton after the Sonics pick up 2. Now Payton defending. Stockton passes to Malone. Money on the 10-footer.
He's just so gifted offensively. He's a tough guy to match up with.
Sonics on offense. They trail by 1. This is their second game playing the Jazz this season.
And the last time, boy, it was a real aggressive game against these guys. Got them into a lot of foul trouble by attacking the basket, and they ended up with a decisive win.
And so here is Utah after the Sonics pick up 2. Malone left side.
I think this quarter particularly, we're seeing them having trouble keeping possession of the ball. Far, far too many turnovers right now.
Here's Hawkins, takes it up, and that one barely misses as he drives contact. 2 free throws coming up. And Clark, when you see the kind of plays where they're unable to run their offense, as a coach, you start getting concerned.
Oh, without question. I mean, you have plays set up, you know your players can run them, and then they throw the ball away. You don't like to see that. They're not concentrated, trying to make a play, but it's about court awareness, understanding not only where your teammates are, but where's the defense. You've got to be able to understand and see both.
You look back at Utah's draft last June, an underrated story was that they own New York's first-round draft choice.
Yeah, and it ended up being the 9th overall pick. And that's not a bad pick for a team that's in the playoffs.
Now here's Stockton. Just 4 to shoot. And Malone backing in. With the fadeaway, the shot is off. And Seattle will go the other way with it. Here's the general. The 3. Ostertag on the rebound. Back to the pick for a team in Utah that's already gifted with young talent. Getting another young blue-chip talent is a tremendous boost.
Well, you have to take advantage of those kinds of draft opportunities. I mean, it's really a luxury to get to the second round of the playoffs and still be able to add players that you think can help you immediately.
Here's the general. Pass to Payton. Over Russell. The Sonics again can't hit.
Nothing's working for him here. He's just really struggling to find the basket.
Stockton outside. Carr against Schrempf. Here's Russell. Off the mark with the 3 ball.
Hey, he can hit from that range. I think he missed that one, but the defense is going to want to tighten up on him out there. Good execution on the break leads to the nice bucket.
Timeout is called, first of the game for the Jazz. They defeated Charlotte in their last game.
You know, so often you sometimes want to discount early fouls, but anytime you can get fouls drawn early on key players, that can make an enormous difference down the stretch. And they did a good job of that.
Stockton from outside. Good. Stockton's got 7 points in the game.
He's been a go-to guy for him here in the quarter, doing an outstanding job putting the ball in the basket.
Here's the general, right now averaging 27 points a game. Off the backboard and in. 6 points for him.
You don't have to worry about him leading the team in scoring, but he will find ways to get involved on the offensive end.
Cuts off the pass.
And you look at what they've done, or rather what they haven't done, it's hold on to the ball. They've had 4 turnovers already this quarter.
Raises up. The shot by Hawkins, no good. Jazz trail by 3. It's tipped. Payton left side. And here's Kemp. Goes up. Kept alive. And there's the one-handed jam.
He is so tenacious on the boards. How many times have we seen putbacks like that from him?
He can clear out the paint like very few others can.
You know what you might call him, Kevin? A rebounding virtuoso.
Yeah, I like it. That's right. And Malone backing in. Outside, Russell. 5 to shoot. Kemp against Ostertag. Nails the turnaround jumper. Here's the general. He's got 6. Here's Schrempf. And the whistle blows, and it's going to be an over-the-back call here.
The effort was there, even if the execution was lacking. He's trying to get to those offensive rebounds, but they said he went over the top that time.
Pass to Malone. A rebound by Kemp.
There's another example, Kevin, of how they're hustling to all the missed shots to get an edge in the rebounding area.
Here's Stockton. He's got 7. Tipped.
Way too many turnovers from him in this one, Kevin.
Outside Kemp. He's covered by Stockton. Now Schrempf. He dumps it off. Here's the general. Ostertag defending. Clock at 4. Here's the general. And good as he jams that one in off the nice dish.
When he gets it going like this, you got to double team him. That's your only hope.
Stockton outside. Malone in the post. He's covered by Hawkins. Another miss by Utah.
They'll allow him to get that off all day.
Up high and down hard.
Nice job to advance the orange. Way to get it up court for the open finish.
Jazz trail by 7. And the Jazz call time here. And now the 2K leaderboard, a list of the teams that have rebounded the ball tremendously over the last 10 games. Look at Utah, a team with outstanding rebounders, number 2 in the league.
Kevin, that's been a nice run lately. They're making a strong effort on the board, and it's working and paying dividends for them.
And so here is Utah. Malone, he's covered by Hawkins. Kept alive, Russell. They rule this one goaltending. Count the shot.
That's great hustle there, Kevin. Persistence pays.
Here's the general. 10 points for him. He's covered by Stockton. Here's the general. He's covered by Stockton. And that one's good.
My man is in fuego. Definitely way too hot to handle.
Utah trailing here. Back to Malone. He's covered by Hawkins. Fades back. And the basket by Malone. Malone's got his second basket of the night.
I'm not a big fan of the fadeaway in that situation, but he drained it. Nice shot.
Pass to Payton. He's against Ostertag. A fadeaway. Blocked. And so here is Utah. Trailing by 5. Here's Russell. Kept alive. Here's Malone. Finally, they get the bucket. Malone's got his third basket of the night right there. Sonics leading by 3. Here's the general. He's got 12. And the first time out of the game called for Seattle. Here we are in November. Let's see how things are shaking out in the West early in the season. They're in second, looking to take over the first spot. And checking out Utah. They're down 4 spots from them.
Boy, still looking for their first win against this team. They've got to be extra motivated to try to get off the schneid against these guys.
And making a change here, the Jazz. Anderson's checked in. Arcs it high. The shot by Hawkins, no good.
He tried to add a little flavor to that one. Maybe was thinking about the highlight reel, but then he missed the shot.
Stockton up top. He's got 7. It's 1-on-1. Down low. Deflects the pass. Malone with the steal. He gets it up. No good on the buzzer beater.
He's really struggled to get into any kind of comfortable flow here. 0 points this quarter, and he really doesn't look like himself out there.
A high-scoring game here right out of the gates. The Sonics on top, up by 3.
They've gotten a big lift from their bench. That balanced scoring really bodes well for them.
And we'll be back in just a... A closely contested game here at the start of the second quarter. Here's the general. 12 points for him. Here are the 5 for Seattle to start the second quarter. The general, he's in at the point. Shrimp out there is Sean Kemp. Then it's Gary Payton and Hawkins.
Well, you know, it hasn't been much of a contest under the boards, Kevin. They're pulling them all down. They're controlling that area of the game.
Sonics making a switch here. Here's Stockton. Deflected. You know, Clark, thinking about the Jazz, here's a franchise that's been a fixture in the playoffs for decades, but they have never been able to win a championship.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because they have been a model of consistency. They play hard, they play tough, they're always in the playoffs, but they've not quite been a dominant team. And when you talk about winning a ring, you've got to be a dominant team. This is one of the key reasons why they're losing. You have to get more production out of your core star players.
Now let's go to Doris Burke. Doris?
Well, guys, how about the 22-year tenure of Jazz coach Jerry Sloan, the longest-running tenure in American professional sports? It's a testament to his hard work and also to an organization that understands the value of stability. Jerry Sloan said, "I tell our players, I'm going to be here and you may not." I've been real fortunate that our owner gave me the opportunity to say that. If you don't have support, you don't have a fighting chance in the NBA. What wise words, guys.
Well, I pick him in any fight, but that support helps. Thanks, Doris.
Oh! Great D leads to easy offense.
Here's the general. 12 points for him. Picked up by Stockton. Gets it to go. He's got 14.
Speed is only part of the equation here. He's not blinding quick, but he was determined to take that one to the rim.
Outside, Russell. Fades away. The shot, no good. And Seattle will go the other way with it.
He just hasn't been able to get on track in this game. Not like he would like to. He's a much better shooter than he's shown.
And Utah has possession. It's a 5-point game. Their next game, playing at home, as the Nets come into town. They'll find themselves in the middle of this string of 3 straight at home. Carr, no good. Sonics leading by 5.
That was vicious. I mean, real vicious. He hung on the rim just to say, you realize this is my basket, don't you?
Yeah, that is a nice finishing touch, Clark.
You think he bent the rim there, Kevin?
I think he did, sure. Look at it. And a foul call. Almost got it to go in, but he'll go to the line for 2.
Contact certainly altered that shot. The official was right on top of it.
That one misses, so he goes 1 for 2.
When you're trailing and trying to come back, this is a good way of extending the game. When you've got players that have a knack or the ability to draw fouls, when they attack the rim, they typically can get the call and get themselves to the strike.
Kemp's there. Now Stockton. He has 7. Tipped.
Make the easy pass. That's what happens when you don't.
Here's the general. Laces 1 from 3. 23 points in the game. Here is Stockton. Right around 6 minutes left in the half. And the Jazz call time here.
All right, fans. I want everyone to know.
So both teams changing it up here.
Make some noise for your jazz dancers. Ladies and gentlemen, that was your jazz dancers. Get loud.
Here's Stockton. Now Payton defending. Stockton outside. Dumps it off. Ostertag working against Kemp. Ostertag gets the bucket.
Hey, that was a nice move on the inside for him. He's not a natural post scorer, but he sure got it done right there. Way to knock it down.
Here's the general. He's got 23. Here's Schrempf. No luck on the three-point attempt. Jazz trail by 9. And here's Stockton. Now Payton defending. Here's Anderson. And it's no good. Poor shot selection there, to say the least. Here's the general. And he hits that one from down low. 25 points in the game.
He's just decided to put the team on his back and take over the scoring load this quarter.
Now here's Stockton. He's got 7. Parked down low that time, and he got the 3-second call. They'll be playing the Celtics, and that'll be the first of a 2-game road trip for them. Sonics on offense. They're on a 13-3 run. Here's the general. That's in, coming off an assist from Payton. And the Sonics lead by 13.
Kicked it to the right guy at the right time. That's a good pass.
It's blocked. And it's the Sonics with the ball. It's a 13.
They're controlling and dictating the tempo, and that's exactly what you want to do.
Here is Stockton. Just over 4 minutes left in the second. Let's go with a 3, and that one's good. Stockton's got 10 points.
And he gets another one here in the second. He can be dangerous from outside. Watch out.
Stockton against Payton. With the floater and closing the shot, even with the foul. Now the 2 free throws. They get John Stockton. The first one falls. He's perfect from the line this time.
Take a look at what Payton's been doing. He's got 8 points, and the 3 ball's been there for him, too. He's hit 2 from out there. A terrific offensive combination, setting up teammates and knocking down the deep ball.
Here's Anderson. Kept alive. Here's Morris. Schrempf against the rebound. Here is Schrempf, averaging 18 points a game.
The lob was a little misjudged, and he couldn't get control of it.
Now here's Stockton. Defense right on him. Ostertag. Good from 11 feet out. He's got 6. Here's the general. He's got 27. Cummings with the screen. Just 5 on the clock. Takes it up. And he lays that one up and in. And Utah has possession. They trail by 14. Poked away. Stockton outside. Ostertag with it. He's against Kemp. Baseline jumper. Ostertag, no good. Here's the general. Off from three-point land. On offense, here are the Jazz. It's a 14-point game. Stockton from outside. No good. And it's the Sonics taking it the other way.
Well, it's hard to believe that we're at this point in the game, and he still hasn't registered a single point.
Here is Stockton. He's got 10. Covered by Payton. Ostertag working against Kemp. Goes up. And he makes the basket. So one free throw coming up as he'll try to make it a three-point play.
When you get a hot hand like him, it's real simple. You need to keep going with it.
Sonics making a switch here. No good there. He's unable to convert on the three-point play. Here's the general. Perkins, Carr covering. Here's the general. He's got 29 points. Down the clock. Here's Payton. Had a piece of it.
That's a 24-second violation. Utah ball.
And Utah has possession. Carr with a screen on Payton. Here's Russell. The Jazz again can't hit it.
If you want to get your teammate open for a shot, you got to set a better screen than that.
Poked loose. It's one-on-one. Here's Anderson. Payton with some nice D. And here are the Sonics. They lead by 14. Following this one, they get to host the Rockets. That game will be a quick pit stop before hitting the road again. A foul called, and he earns a trip to the line. Here's a look at what's coming up for the Utah Jazz. They'll be facing the San Antonio Spurs. That game will conclude a three-game homestand. He misses the free throw. And the second free throw, good. And so here is Utah, down by 15. Isley covered by Payton. Shoots a three. Kept alive. Here's Ostertag. And a great second effort right there. He's got 10.
I like the job they're doing. A much better job of getting him involved in the offense here in the second quarter.
Just 2 seconds between shot clock and game clock. Releases. Got a hand on it, but he stays with it. The second chance effort doesn't get enough under it.
Shocking how wide open he was. Even more shocking that he couldn't sink it.
You can't try those unless your man is wide open, Kevin.
And that concludes the first half. It's the NBA on 2K Sports from Energy Solutions Arena in Salt Lake City.
Hello, Damon Bruce here, and welcome to the HP Halftime Report. So far, we got a lopsided lapper out at Energy Solutions Arena. The Seattle Sonics in front against Utah. They'd like to pile on another win to the strong start this season. All-around great effort by Shawn Kemp. He's up to 9 points, has been stellar in both rebounding and defense as well. And the Jazz, they're putting up a fight. They're putting forth an all-out offensive effort on the glass. John Stockton's been productive. He's got 10 points and has added a couple assists in this one, too. It's been all one-way traffic here in the early going in this one, but both of these guys have had strong games so far. Time now to get you back out to the game in Utah. Second half coming right.
Sonics making a switch here. Here's Stockton. 10 points for him. Now Payton defending. Ostertag, no good.
They've come out here in the third ice cold.
They've got Brian Russell. He's out there with Malone. That's the 5 on the floor for the Jazz.
That's a nice finish in transition, partner. That's exactly how you run the break.
Pass to Stockton. Now here's Malone. Elo covering. Outside Russell. Behind the arc. Scooped up. Malone buries the short-range shot. Malone's got 10.
He's been getting after it offensively, but they're still trailing here. One guy can only do so much.
Here's Perkins. Rebounded. Hawkins with it. Right now averaging 15 points a game. Here's the general. Buries the baseline J. He's got 34.
He's not normally a prolific scorer, but he's given them a big lift in this one.
Stockton passes to Malone. Fades back. Nails the bank shot. He's got 12.
Right now, he's just too good, Kevin. Way too good. They need to bring a second defender and try to make him give up the ball.
Here's the general. Ostertag corrals the miss inside. A challenging stretch here for Utah. 17-point game. And Malone backing in. With the fadeaway. Rebound, Payton.
I'm not sure why he faded away there, Kevin. The D wasn't really in a position to affect that shot. Well, he doesn't have the softest touch. And with the D right in his face, that made all the difference.
Russell against Elo. Pass to Malone. Sinks the open shot. Malone's got 14 points. Here's Payton. He's got 8.
They're playing them tight all the way up the court right now. Full court man-to-man D.
Here's Perkins. Kept alive. Here's Stockton. 17-point game. Pass to Malone. Got a piece of it. Back to Stockton. Scooped up. The open shot by Malone. Drains the easy jumper. He's got 16.
That's exactly where the coach wants him to get his shot, Kevin. Right there from mid-range.
Here's Hawkins. On the mark with the fadeaway. And the Sonics lead by 17. And Utah has possession. Trailing by 17. And the Jazz call time here. Both teams deciding to change it up. Here's Malone. He's got 16. Stockton passes to Malone. Here's Russell. Good from 11 feet out. 10 points for him. Here's Payton. Just over 6 minutes left in the third. From deep. The shot misses. And here go the Jazz the other way.
He continues to struggle from the field. But luckily for him and his team, his teammates have been able to pick him up and get the job done.
Seattle with the ball. Earlier in the game, they had a 19-point lead. Kicks it out to Hawkins for 3. And Russell pulls it down.
He hasn't been able to contribute as well as he wanted to. But in spite of that, they still have the lead, and that's a good sign.
Stockton kicks to Russell. Fires from 14. Blocked. Now here are the Sonics. The lead is 15. Here's the general. He's got 34. Outside Kemp. Here's the general. Takes it up, and the layup is good. He's got 36.
Really did a good job getting that ball deep in that possession, and it paid off.
I got him.
Carr with a screen on Payton. Payton against Stockton. And here's Russell. Just 4 to shoot. Nets it from the wing. He's got 12. Here's Payton. He's got 10. Wasn't watching the line there. That's going to be an over and back.
Utah ball.
Here is Stockton. 15-point game. Launches it. And it's Russell missing.
He's trying to get it going from outside.
The 3, and that one's good. He's got 39.
The fast break left the defense scrambling to react, and they couldn't get to him in time.
Now Stockton. He's got 10. Here's Anderson. Rebound by Perkins.
Decent look there, but not for him. He's been struggling all game long. Plays like that are what makes this league so great. He's a special player.
I don't care if you're a fan of another team. You have to admire someone, Clark, who can make those types of plays. Almost dunked down. It'll have to settle for a trip to the line. First free throw is good. The 82-game grind of the regular season. Big group substitution here for Seattle. Here's Elo. Ostertag defending. Now Perkins. Foster on him. Shaq's up a 3. Morris gets the board inside. And Clark, with regard to the grind of the season, David Stern suggested keeping the same number of games but reducing the wear and tear by setting minutes caps for players, so you don't have to use your bench more.
No, I think that's way out there. I would go back to what Shane Battier said about reducing the number of games so it would be easier on the season ticket holders. If you cut down the home games from, say, 41 to, Battier said 29, that certainly would allow people to have their money go farther.
So with Payton on the bench, here's the group that George Karl has on the floor. The general, he's in at point guard. He's out there with Elo and Perkins. The fadeaway. Can't get it to go. And it's the Sonics taking it the other way. Here's Stewart. No good on the baseline J.
The defense couldn't close out on the mid-range J, and the shooter made him pay.
Ostertag gets the bucket.
Beautiful delivery with the bounce pass. He kept it away from the defense, which set up the shot perfectly.
Here's the general, the jump off. Here's Perkins, and off the glass as he lays that one up and in.
He's had an off game thus far, but his team has been able to pick up the slack and find a way to get it done here.
Here's Ostertag, and no good. But close on that one, so he'll shoot 2. Clark, it seems like we've seen a lot of big men in the league struggle with injuries. Yao Ming, Greg Oden, Andrew Bynum. Why is that?
I don't think there's any specific rhyme or reason, but you do have to consider how big those guys are and the amount of pressure they put on their lower limb.
And what about the up-tempo style for the big man?
That could be a factor as well. Good point, Kevin. Getting up and down, being required to run as much and as hard as they are could factor in as well.
Sonics making a switch here. From deep. Kept alive. Here's Howard. He goes up again. And here are the Sonics.
Kevin, I love that. Finishing strong.
For a backcourt player, Clark, he looks right at home. Drive into the hoop. Morris, Elo covering. The Jazz with the turnover.
Good defensive footwork shut down his path to the basket.
Both teams will make substitutions. Here's Elo. Under 6 minutes left in the fourth. Perkins with it. He's against Ostertag. To the middle, the general nails it from close range.
Oh, what a great look to get it inside. That's the way to find him when he's ready to score.
And here's Stockton. Here is Carr. The basket is good. The assist from Stockton. Here's the general. Goes up. Can't hit. Here go the Jazz the other way. A quick shot. Drops. Here's the general. Leads him with the pass. Here's Perkins. And laying it in as that one falls through.
Number 24.
Excellent anticipation there, Kev. He placed that pass perfectly.
Stockton outside. Stockton right side. The alley-oop. Nice finish on the alley-oop.
Boy, these guys have a terrific feel for each other. You have to in order to make plays like that.
Don't you think you can tell that they love being on the court together?
Boy, they're having a good time.
Elo outside. Picked up by Stockton. Here's Wingate. No good. And Utah the other way. Just over 4 minutes left in the game. Here's Stockton. Scooped up. Ostertag. Great finish in traffic. Here's the general. He's covered by Stockton.
Where did that come from? A little bit of a shock to see one of those jams out of this fella.
Well, what a bonus it is when he's making those kinds of plays.
Yeah, value added for sure.
And here's Carr. Here's Morris. A missed three.
The defense hasn't let him get too many clean looks in this game. He's having trouble getting it done at the offensive end here, and I think you've got to credit the defense. Well, they left him open to try to sucker him into taking that shot, and it worked out.
Carr sets a pick. For the out. Sledgehammer!
That should be illegal, Kevin. Boy, they're getting vertical on us, Kevin. Look out below.
Now that's a couple of guys on the same page.
Working together.
Seattle dictating the flow. Earlier in the game, they held a 25-point lead. Here's the general. He's covered by Stockton.
What a strong move to the bucket. He never thought of anything other than the power slam.
You know, sometimes you see a guy just explode to the rim. That's what we got on that one.
Yeah, we sure did.
And the Jazz call time here. They're losing by 21. 2:41 left in the fourth. So both teams making some changes here. Here is Stockton. And he gets the bucket. Foul is called. One free throw for him.
Good pick there to set up the layup. That's textbook offensive execution. Take a look at what Stockton's done. 12 points, and his huge assist tally makes it all the more impressive. His defense has been equal to his offense today, and both have been great.
Sam Perkins, he's checked in for Seattle. And no problem at the line here for the three-point play. Here's Elo. 2:34 left in the game. Here's the general. Dump-off pass. Over Anderson. Elo can't hit. Now here's Stockton. Pass to Malone. The general snatches it inside.
You got to expect more out of him here. He's had a lot of difficulty this quarter, which in turn is making it difficult for them to cut into this deficit at all.
To the paint. Here's Stewart. Kept alive. Elo right side. Another shot. Cannot hit. And Utah the other way.
He really needs to hit that consistently, or they'll just keep letting him shoot it.
Here's Stockton. The Jazz with another miss. Seattle dictating the flow. It's an 18-point game. Here's the General. Here's Perkins. Hits the left rim and out. 1:25 left in the fourth. Here's Malone. Lays out. Out of bounds, but the offense retains possession. Sonics making a switch here. Kemp's checked in. Here's the General. He's covered by Stockton. Here's the General. He's covered by Stockton. Here's the General. 5 to shoot. Here's Stewart. Scooped up. Wingate. He's guarded by Russell. Here's the General. The screen from Kemp. From downtown. Elo can't hit. And so here is Utah. They trail by 18. Here's Malone. That's good. And a nice assist from Stockton. Malone's got 20 points. Here's Elo. 28 seconds left in the game. Malone against Kemp. To stop the drought. Scooped up.
Wow, what an effort on the board. He's been everywhere. Unbelievable.
Here's Anderson. And misses. What was that all about? The General. Malone with the rebound.
That was a perfect chance to finish on the break, and he let it slip away. He's just too quick for his man. Left him in the rearview mirror and knocked it down.
And here is Elo. So we see the Sonics taking the W here. They put on a show tonight, thoroughly controlling each end of the floor.
Hey, what more can you ask?
Thanks for joining us for this presentation of NBA basketball on 2K Sports. For Doris Burke and the whole crew and Clark Kellogg, this is Kevin Harlan saying see you next time. But first,
That might have been your best game as a pro. You had your best scoring output ever, so clearly something was clicking. Did this just happen to be a good game, or is this the type of level we're going to see you playing at from here on out?
Yeah, I was getting pretty lucky out there, no doubt. I even surprised myself with some of the shots I was hitting. But I'd like to think I can play at this level all the time, but I don't want to let nobody down if it doesn't happen, so let's just say I'll give it my best shot and see what happens.
You know, I want...